It started in the middle of winter, just after the first heavy snow had fallen across northern Pennsylvania. I had taken a seasonal job as a night security guard for a private construction company. The site was on the outskirts of a small town. Abandoned, half-built apartment complexes and skeletal office buildings scattered across a vast lot. They told me it was perfect for night shifts because nothing ever happened there. The first week was uneventful. The buildings were hollow, cold, and echoey, but empty. I made my rounds in the old pickup the company provided, checked doors, and logged everything in the security journal. At first, I enjoyed the solitude. There's something about walking through empty halls and rooms that gives a sense of eerie freedom, almost meditative. It all began the night of my third shift. Snow was falling hard, blanketing the entire site in silence. I was patrolling one of the older apartment shells when I thought I saw a figure in one of the second-floor windows. A man, maybe, standing perfectly still. I shouted, figuring it was a trespasser, but there was no response. By the time I ran around the building, the window was empty. I chalked it up to fatigue and the way shadows bend in the dark. But then it happened again, and again. Each time, it was always in a window or at the end of a hallway, always frozen, always just out of reach. The first time I saw it clearly, I swear it wasn't human. It was tall, thin, with limbs that seemed slightly too long. Its face was obscured, but the way it tilted its head felt intelligent. Sleep became impossible. Every time I tried, I would dream of the sight, the same skeletal buildings, the same figures standing at the edge of shadows, waiting. The dreams bled into reality. I began seeing things even during the day, out of the corner of my eye. A shadow passing where no one should be, a door that was locked the night before now slightly ajar. One night I was walking the perimeter in the truck when I heard a scraping sound behind me. I stopped, heart pounding, and the radio in the cab crackled. "Who's there?" I called, but only static answered. Then I heard a voice, a faint whisper, almost lost beneath the wind, my name. Ethan. I froze. I was the only one on the property. The snow muffled everything, but the whisper came again, closer this time. I jumped out of the truck and shined the flashlight across the lot. Nothing. Then I noticed footprints in the fresh snow. Not my own, and not like anything I recognized, elongated, narrow, and impossibly long strides. They started at the edge of the site and led straight to the nearest unfinished building. I followed them reluctantly. The footprints ended at the stairs of the second floor. That's when I heard it. A low scraping sound, metal on concrete from inside the building. I pulled my flashlight up the stairwell and the beam landed on the figure. Its head tilted and I felt, not saw, its gaze pierce me. My hands shook and I backed away slowly. That night I didn't sleep. I stayed in the truck, engine running, lights on, praying that whatever it was would leave, but it didn't. Sometimes I would see it through the windshield, standing at the edge of the snow, just watching. And always, always whispering my name. After a week of this, I confided in my boss. He didn't believe me at first. Construction sites were dangerous, he said, and cold weather played tricks on the mind. But when he went out to inspect the lot with me, he saw something too. He didn't speak for a while after that night. Later, he told me he had grown up in the area and had heard stories about the White Watcher, a figure that appears in abandoned buildings during heavy snowstorms. No one knew why it appeared or what it wanted, but everyone who saw it said the same thing. It follows you home. I laughed at first, though it felt hollow. But that night, as I drove back to my small apartment in town, I noticed something in the rearview mirror. A shadow, tall and thin, gliding along the snow-covered field behind me. My heart stopped. I sped up. It didn't run, didn't chase, but it followed, perfectly mirroring my path, just beyond the tree line. I started noticing signs at home. Doors left unlocked, lights flickering, objects moved around. The shadow would appear in reflections, in the corner of my vision, always just out of reach. Sleep became impossible. I began hearing my name whispered at night, soft and deliberate, always coming from different parts of the apartment. I tried everything, burning sage, salt lines, even staying at a friend's place. Nothing helped. The whispers followed me. The shadow appeared wherever I went. It became more aggressive, moving closer, standing directly behind me when I entered a room, vanishing when I turned. One night I woke up to the sound of scratching across the walls. It was rhythmic, deliberate, like claws on plaster. I got out of bed, flashlight in hand, and the shadow was there in the corner of my bedroom. I swear it moved toward me, faster than it should have been able to. My flashlight flickered, and in that brief stutter of light I saw the face, pale, elongated, mouth stretched unnaturally, eyes black and endless. I screamed and threw the flashlight. When it hit the floor, the figure vanished. I didn't sleep for 2 days. I quit the job, left town, and tried to put it behind me. But even now, years later, I can feel it. Sometimes, in quiet moments, I swear I hear my name whispered. Shadows flicker at the edge of my vision. And I know, somewhere out there in the snow, it waits. It doesn't tire, it doesn't forget, and it remembers your name. I've moved multiple times since then, across states, never staying more than a few months. But it follows, patient, waiting in corners, always just out of reach. And every so often, late at night, I feel it. Tall, thin, tilting its head, whispering my name. I know I can't escape it. And some nights I realize I don't even want to turn the lights on because the moment I do, I might see it fully. And I'm not sure I could survive that. Story the end. It was the kind of night that made you second guess every decision that led you to be outside. I was driving down a stretch of Route 17 in upstate New York, somewhere past Kingston, the kind of road where the trees seem to lean over you and the streetlights are spaced so far apart that darkness swallows everything between them. I just left a friend's house after a late Friday night hangout, one of those casual get-togethers where everyone laughs too loud and drinks too much coffee because they want to stay awake for the next day. I was driving alone, my sedan humming quietly, the heater cranked up against the chill of early October. The fog was already settling, low and wet, curling around the headlights in wisps that made it hard to see more than a few yards ahead. I had been on the road for maybe 20 minutes when I noticed a figure on the shoulder. It was unusual enough that I slowed down. The person, a woman, looked like she was in her late 20s or early 30s, wearing a hoodie and jeans, standing completely still with her arms down by her sides. My first thought was that she might need help, maybe her car had broken down. But as I got closer, something about her seemed off. She wasn't waving me down, wasn't signaling for help. She just stood there, her head tilted slightly, staring at the forest behind her rather than at the road. I slowed to a stop a few feet past her and rolled the window down. "Hey, are you okay? Do you need a ride?" She didn't answer. Not even a blink. Her face was blank, but her eyes were wide, unblinking, almost glassy. For a second I thought she was joking, like she was doing some kind of prank on a late-night driver. Then I noticed her lips didn't move, and her body was unnaturally stiff, like a mannequin someone had left in the middle of the road. I felt a chill run down my spine. Okay, I'm just going to keep driving," I said, more to myself than to her. I pressed the gas, but before I could pull completely away, she stepped forward. Not a normal step, but like she glided just forward with this unnatural slowness. I slammed my foot on the accelerator and swerved around her. My tires hit the edge of the shoulder, gravel spraying everywhere, but when I glanced in the rearview mirror, she was gone. Shaking, I kept driving, telling myself I had imagined it, that maybe the shadows played tricks in the fog. That's when the first phone call came. My cell vibrated against the console, and when I looked down, it was my friend's number. I answered, trying to steady my voice. "Hey, you okay?" she asked. Yeah, I'm fine." "Just driving home," I said, forcing normalcy. "You're not alone, right?" she asked. Her tone was lighter, but I could hear something in her voice that made me tighten my grip on the wheel. "I'm alone," I said. "Why?" There was a pause. Then she said, "Good. Just checking. Don't stop anywhere weird. Don't pick anyone up." I laughed nervously. "What do you mean?" "Just trust me." And then she hung up. I rolled my eyes. My friend was always paranoid, always reading too many horror stories online. I told myself I was overreacting and focused on the road. But every time I passed a clearing, I thought I saw her, or at least the shape of her, in the trees. And then my headlights caught something else, tracks, footprints in the gravel. They weren't from my tires. They were deep, human-sized, leading from the edge of the trees to where I had seen her standing. And they didn't stop at the road. They went with me. I started checking my mirrors obsessively, every reflective surface. The trees seemed to stretch longer than they should have, and I swear I caught glimpses of movement at the edge of my vision. I tried to ignore it, rationalizing it as my mind playing tricks. Then I saw the sign, a wooden, hand-painted sign nailed crookedly to a post that read, "Turn back before midnight." I laughed nervously, muttering something about idiots leaving warning signs in the middle of nowhere. I thought about stopping, tearing it down, even taking a picture, but my gut screamed at me to keep going. And I did. I passed the sign, and that's when the radio cut out. Static took over every station, a low, hissing white noise that made my teeth ache. I tried turning the dial, fiddling with the volume, but nothing worked. And then, faintly at first, I heard it, a voice. Female, soft, almost a whisper, coming from the back seat. I froze. My car had only 2 seats. My dog, a small beagle I sometimes took for drives, wasn't with me. I checked the back seat with a flash of panic. Empty. Nothing. The whisper came again, closer this time, behind my right shoulder. "Please, help me." I jerked the wheel and swerved, hitting the shoulder again. My heart was hammering. I couldn't tell if I was hearing things or if someone was actually in the car. I tried calling 911, but the signal was dead. No bars, nothing. I was in the middle of nowhere, and suddenly the night seemed suffocatingly silent, except for that voice which was now echoing from the vents in the mirrors. I sped up, desperate to get off that stretch of road, and that's when I saw them. Not one figure, but dozens. Figures standing along the roadside, motionless like statues. Their eyes glowed faintly in the fog, and they didn't move as I drove past. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and when I looked again, some had crossed the road, moving toward me. Slow, gliding steps, just like the first woman. Panic made me do things I shouldn't have done. I slammed on the brakes, fishtailed, and ended up in a ditch. My car was mostly intact, but the headlights were pointing into the woods, casting long, dancing shadows. I sat there for a moment, catching my breath, and that's when I saw it. The first woman, standing directly in front of the windshield now, her face expressionless, unblinking, eyes fixed on me. I thought I was hallucinating. I screamed, shaking the wheel, pressing the horn, but she didn't move. And then, just as suddenly as she appeared, she was gone. The fog cleared slightly, and I could see the road again. No figures. Nothing. I started the car and drove, not caring where I went, just moving. Hours passed. Or maybe minutes. Time didn't make sense anymore. I ended up at a 24-hour gas station, hands trembling, trying to explain to the cashier what had happened. She looked at me like I was crazy. "You probably just fell asleep at the wheel for a second," she said. I didn't argue. I paid for coffee and used the restroom, telling myself I had imagined everything. I stayed there for a while, parked outside, trying to shake the images out of my head. That's when a man pulled up next to me in a black pickup. He looked exhausted, pale, and smelled of smoke. He leaned out his window and said, quietly, "You saw them too, didn't you?" I stared at him, unsure if I wanted to answer. "Saw who?" I asked. "The ones that live along Route 17, he said. "You shouldn't be driving tonight. You shouldn't have gone past the sign." I laughed nervously. "What sign?" He looked at me, and his face twisted, not in anger but fear. "The one that warns you to turn back before midnight. They come for anyone who ignores it. You're lucky you made it this far." I wanted to leave to get as far away as possible, but the road behind me was blocked by fog and the shadows of the trees. I asked him what he meant, and he hesitated. "There's things out there. People have seen them for years. You don't run into them by accident. They're tied to the road, the forest. They watch, they follow, and they feed." I laughed, a short, harsh sound. "Feed? On what?" His eyes were wide, almost pleading. "On fear. On you. If you stop, they get close. And if you try to help someone like her," he trailed off, shaking his head. Before I could ask more, he drove off, leaving me alone again. I didn't wait. I got back on Route 17, keeping my headlights on full beam, my foot heavy on the gas. I didn't see anyone else, didn't hear the whispers, didn't see the glowing eyes, but I knew. I knew they were there, watching. I didn't sleep that night, didn't even pull over until I reached the outskirts of Kingston, where the fog thinned and streetlights returned. Even then, I kept glancing into the rearview mirror. I never saw the first woman again. Not in daylight, not in my dreams. But sometimes when I drive at night, especially on empty roads, I think about those eyes in the fog and the whispering voice behind my shoulder. And I remember the sign. I didn't tell anyone, not really. Friends laughed when I described it. Police shrugged when I called to report a woman standing by the road. They thought I was tired or exaggerating, but I know what I saw. I know what followed me. And every year, when October comes and the nights grow long, I drive Route 17 carefully, keeping my headlights full and my windows up. Because the figures are still there. They're always there, waiting. Some nights, I swear I can still hear her voice in the back seat. Story the end. It was mid-October in rural Pennsylvania when the incident started, the kind of cold, damp autumn that creeps into your bones and refuses to leave. I was visiting my cousin Mark, who had recently bought an old farmhouse outside of a tiny town called Clarion, the kind of place where people still nod politely, but you can feel the watchful eyes from the tree line. Mark was excited to show me the house, bragging about the acreage, the history, and the low price he'd gotten it for. On the surface, it was everything a young man like him wanted: old charm, big yard, seclusion. But I had a nagging feeling from the moment I saw it. The house itself looked deserted for decades before he purchased it. The paint was peeling, the shutters hung crookedly, and the roof sagged slightly in the middle. Inside, dust and cobwebs coated every surface. Mark had already started renovations, but much of the place was still raw, unfinished, creaking under its own age. He insisted I stay the night to help him check out the structure and keep him company while he worked late. I didn't mind. I liked the idea of a weekend away from the city. The first night was uneventful, though the house groaned and settled in ways that made me jump every now and then. We had dinner in the kitchen, which had the faint smell of mildew, and afterward, Mark showed me the upstairs bedrooms. One of the rooms had a window facing the woods at the back, and I remember jokingly commenting how spooky it would look if someone, or something, was watching us from there. Mark laughed it off, but I noticed a flicker in his expression, a quick tightening around his mouth, like he'd remembered something he didn't want to admit. Around midnight, I was woken by a sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind rattling the shutters, but then it came again. A low, dragging thump, followed by another coming from the hallway outside the bedroom. I froze, listening. The sound didn't stop. It wasn't a human rhythm, not exactly. It was irregular, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. I nudged Mark, who was sleeping in the other bed, and whispered. He sat up groggily, rubbing his eyes, and said, "Probably just the floorboards. Old houses do that." But the sound persisted. I swore I saw a shadow moving across the wall outside the window. I convinced myself it was a trick of the moonlight, or maybe a reflection from the woods. Eventually, the noises stopped, or I stopped hearing them. But sleep didn't come easily after that. I kept hearing faint scratches like claws against wood, and the occasional sigh that didn't belong to either of us. I chalked it up to the house settling, even though my gut screamed otherwise. The next day, Mark was preoccupied with repairs, and I explored the property. There was a shed behind the house, partially collapsed, and I noticed what looked like a shallow trench running from the woods to the back porch. I asked Mark about it, and he said he hadn't noticed anything unusual. I shrugged, thinking maybe I was imagining it. Still, there was a certain unease that followed me, like I was being watched every time I stepped outside. That evening, Mark invited a few locals to help with some repairs. I wasn't familiar with them, but they were friendly enough. They worked until sunset and then left, warning us about the woods after dark. "People disappear out there," one of them said casually, as if he'd said it 1,000 times before. I laughed nervously, but Mark's face went pale. He didn't say anything, just closed the door firmly behind the men. Later that night, the dragging noises returned, louder this time. They were accompanied by a stench, rotten metallic, like blood and mold mixed together. I woke Mark again. He insisted on checking the attic, thinking perhaps some animal had gotten in. We crept upstairs, flashlights cutting through the darkness, and opened the trap door. Nothing was there. No animals, no signs of life, nothing at all. Yet the smell lingered, stronger than before. Mark tried to laugh it off, saying, "Old houses have strange odors," but I could see he was shaken. We went back to our rooms, trying to sleep, but the scratching began. It wasn't just outside the bedroom now, it was inside. Something was moving under the floors, under the walls. I could hear it, faintly at first, but steadily like a heartbeat. I whispered to Mark that maybe we should call someone, but he shook his head. "We'll figure it out," he said, though his voice was tight with fear. Around 3 a.m., I heard it. A voice. clear, human, whispering my name from somewhere in the house. I froze, unable to move. It said it again, slower this time. Mike! Mike. I shook Mark awake, panicked, and he grabbed a flashlight. We went downstairs, checking every room. Nothing. The front door was locked, windows shut. The air was thick, heavy, suffocating. And then, just as suddenly as it started, the whispering stopped. Silence returned, but it didn't feel safe. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the living room, flashlight in hand, listening to the creaks and groans of the old farmhouse, hoping morning would come quickly. The following morning, we decided to inspect the basement. Mark had mentioned finding some old furniture and boxes left by the previous owner. We opened the trapdoor and descended. The air was cold and damp, smellier than the rest of the house, and the stairs groaned under our weight. At the bottom, I noticed scratches along the walls, deep, long, and jagged, as if something large had tried to climb out. Mark hadn't noticed them before. I asked when the last time anyone had been down there, and he said never, since buying the house. We started going through the boxes. Most were filled with old papers, photos, and tools, but then we found something that made my blood run cold. Human bones. Small bones, likely animal, at first glance, until I saw the size and the way they were fractured. There were also old rusted chains and locks, as if something had been restrained here long ago. I felt nauseous. Mark was silent, staring at the bones like he was trying to convince himself they weren't real. I insisted we leave, but he argued that we needed to understand what we were dealing with. I didn't argue further. I knew he had always been drawn to mysteries, no matter how dark. That night, the sounds escalated. Scratches, thumps, and now something new. A dragging sound, heavier, like something being pulled across the floor. Then came the voices. Whispers, pleading, sometimes screaming. They seemed to come from all directions, sometimes right behind us, sometimes from the walls themselves. I tried to call the police, but the cell signal was non-existent. We were trapped. By the third night, sleep was impossible. Shadows moved across walls, objects shifted slightly when we weren't looking, and the air smelled of rot and decay. Mark tried to rationalize everything, blaming animals, old house quirks, fatigue, but I could feel it, the oppressive presence that hung over the house like a living thing. One moment it was quiet, then suddenly the air would shift, cold and wet, like someone breathing down your neck. I started hearing footsteps following me, even when Mark was right behind me. He admitted he heard them too. It was late Friday when we heard the knocks. At first, soft, polite, like someone tapping on a door to ask permission. Then louder, insistent. They came from the basement. The bones. The chains. I begged Mark not to go down there, but he grabbed a flashlight and headed for the trapdoor. I followed, terrified. The moment we opened it, a stench hit us like a wall, suffocating, sweet and metallic. The basement was darker than before, as if the shadows themselves had thickened. The scratches on the walls seemed fresher, deeper. And then we saw it. It wasn't a person, not quite. The shape was humanoid, hunched, with limbs that were too long, fingers ending in claws. Its head was tilted unnaturally, and its eyes, if you could call them eyes, glowed faintly red in the beam of our flashlights. I screamed. Mark yelled my name. The thing didn't move at first, just watched. Then it lunged. We scrambled back, tripping over boxes and chains, slamming the trapdoor shut. The thumping, clawing, scratching followed us up the stairs, pounding on the trapdoor as if trying to break free. We barricaded ourselves in the living room. The house shook, groaned, whispered, screamed. Windows rattled violently. The front door banged against the frame. And all the while, the basement continued its symphony of terror. Scratches, thumps, low guttural moans. Mark and I were paralyzed with fear, too afraid to leave, too afraid to call for help that wouldn't come fast enough. By morning, silence returned. The kind of silence that felt unnatural, like the house was holding its breath. We cautiously approached the basement. The trapdoor was intact, but the smell lingered, heavy and rancid. We didn't go down. Mark packed quickly, insisting we leave the property immediately. I agreed, though neither of us spoke much on the drive back. The woods seemed to stretch endlessly on either side of the road, dark and watching, as if aware of our flight. Weeks later, I tried to convince myself it had all been stress, adrenaline, imagination. But then I got a call from Mark. He had returned to the property. He said he couldn't resist, and when he went back to the basement, he found something carved into the floorboards. A series of symbols, jagged and deep, like they had been etched by claws, and in the center, a circle of human bones, small, arranged purposefully. He hung up before I could ask more. I never heard from him again. The house was eventually bought by another family, unaware of its history. Neighbors say strange things happen there still. Lights flicker at night. The sound of dragging and whispers carry through the woods, and anyone who ventures too close reports a heavy, suffocating feeling, like the air itself is alive and hostile. No one goes into the basement anymore. The last I heard, the house was abandoned again, doors boarded, windows shuttered, waiting for the next person to stumble to what dwells below. Every time I close my eyes, I hear the scratches, the thumps, the whispers calling my name. I feel the weight of that presence, watching, waiting. Some nights I can almost see it at the edge of my vision, hunched, eyes glowing, faint red, just out of reach. It never leaves, it never will. And I know, deep down, it's still down there in the basement, sharpening its claws, dragging its chains, whispering to the empty air, waiting for the next visitor who dares enter. Story, the end. It started the night I decided to take a solo drive down Highway 89, the one that cuts through the pine forests of northern Arizona. I had been living in Flagstaff for just over a year, working at a small tech firm, and weekends like these were when I sought the quiet that city life never gave me. The sun had already dipped below the horizon by the time I left, and the sky was a perfect cold blue that slowly gave way to the dark. I had no real destination in mind. I just wanted the road, the isolation, and the hum of the tires on asphalt. The first hour was uneventful. My headlights cut clean arcs through the darkness, illuminating patches of the forest floor that were normally hidden. I remember the way the trees seemed to lean inward, their skeletal branches crossing overhead, forming an almost tunnel-like canopy. I kept the radio off. There's a kind of comfort in silence on the road, a feeling that the world is yours and yours alone. Then I saw it. At first I thought it was a deer, a silhouette on the side of the road, standing too still. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't a deer. It was a person, or at least something humanoid. I braked instinctively, and my tires squealed against the asphalt. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, completely still, in the middle of the shoulder. The headlights washed over it, and I could see that it was tall, unnaturally so, with limbs that seemed slightly too long, like a puppet whose joints had been stretched. I slowed, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure didn't flinch or react at all. Then, just as suddenly as I noticed it, it was gone. Not walking away, not running, it simply vanished from the shoulder. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, convinced it was a trick of the light, but the feeling in my chest told me otherwise. Pure, unexplainable dread. I sped up, telling myself I was being ridiculous. About 20 minutes later, I saw something else. Or maybe it was the same thing. I can't be sure. This time it wasn't on the shoulder, it was on the road. I didn't have time to react. The creature or person was standing dead center, its head tilted unnaturally to the side. My stomach dropped. I slammed the brakes and swerved slightly, heart pounding. My car didn't hit it, but I felt a rush of cold air as though it had brushed against the side of my car. I pulled over at the next turnout, hands shaking, trying to calm myself. I told myself it was some kind of hallucination, a result of being too tired or too stressed. But the rational part of me knew I wasn't imagining it. Something was out there, something that shouldn't be. I kept driving, slower this time, eyes scanning every shadow that passed under the headlights. The further I went, the more the air seemed to thicken. The forest grew denser, the darkness more absolute. And then I noticed something else. Tire tracks. Not mine. Something older, wider, like the path of a large vehicle that had passed through recently. But the tracks didn't lead anywhere. They just ended abruptly, right in the middle of the lane ahead. My pulse quickened. I reached for my phone to call someone, anyone, but there was no signal. Of course, I had forgotten about that. This stretch of Highway 89 was notorious for dead zones. The car's interior felt suffocating. I tried to tell myself to turn back, but some morbid curiosity drove me onward. The next hour was a blur. Shadows seemed to move just beyond the edges of my vision. Trees that were once on the side of the road now appeared directly in front of me, only to vanish when I looked straight at them. The sense of being watched was overwhelming. I tried to shake it off, rationalizing every movement. An owl, a stray piece of trash, a shadow from the curve of the road. Then I saw lights, far ahead, flickering through the trees. I thought maybe it was a cabin, a campsite, anything human. Relief surged through me, but as I got closer, the lights weren't coming from lanterns or fires. They were hovering, floating, moving in ways that defied gravity, and I could see figures with them, shadowy, elongated silhouettes, twisting and turning in ways that made my stomach knot. I slowed to a crawl, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. The lights seemed to dance around the road, almost hurting me, guiding me somewhere. I wanted to reverse, to turn around, but my car felt rooted to the pavement. I could barely breathe, could barely think, and the figures started to move toward me. Or maybe I was moving toward them. I couldn't tell. Suddenly, one of the figures appeared directly in front of my windshield, not on the road, but hovering, as if the air itself had solidified into a grotesque humanoid shape. Its face was featureless, but I could feel it looking at me. I slammed the brakes again, but the car didn't stop. It kept inching forward, as if compelled by some invisible force. Panic surged through me. I yanked the steering wheel hard, swerving off the road and into the dirt shoulder. My car skidded, hitting rocks, bouncing, but eventually came to a stop. I threw the door open and ran into the forest, the cold biting through my jacket. I didn't look back. I ran blindly, tripping over roots and rocks, branches whipping at my face, the sound of my own heartbeat deafening in my ears. After what felt like hours, I stumbled onto a small trail. My phone finally had a signal, and I called 911, barely able to speak. I told them I was lost, that something was chasing me, that I didn't know what it was. The operator kept asking questions, but I could barely answer, still shaking uncontrollably. They told me to stay put, that help was on the way. I waited, hiding behind a tree, trying to catch my breath. That's when I heard it. The sound of footsteps, not on the dirt trail, not on the rocks, but in the air around me. High-pitched, almost metallic, circling. I held my breath, praying they wouldn't see me. And then, silence. Absolute silence. When the sheriff arrived, I led him back to where I had left the car. It was gone. The dirt tracks, the skid marks, everything. Completely erased. No tire tracks, no sign of where I had been. Just the road, empty and silent, and the forest stretching into darkness. They didn't believe me. They said I must have driven somewhere else, that my stress and fatigue were causing hallucinations. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. I can still remember the way those figures moved, the way they seemed to twist reality around them. I didn't drive down that highway again for months. When I finally did, in daylight, everything seemed normal. Birds, trees, signs, the hum of cars in the distance. But the memory of that night stayed with me. I still dream about it. The shadows, the hovering figures, the featureless face pressed against my windshield. And then it started happening again, but not on the road. At home in Flagstaff, I would see shadows move in my peripheral vision, objects slightly out of place, doors that I was sure I had locked suddenly standing open. The first time I noticed it, I thought I was imagining things. By the third week, I knew I wasn't. One night, I woke to the sound of whispering, low, unintelligible, coming from every corner of my apartment. I turned on every light, checked the locks, but everything was normal. I lay awake until dawn, heart hammering, trying to convince myself it was a nightmare. Then my neighbor knocked. I had never spoken to him before. He looked pale, almost ghostly, and said, "You've seen them too, haven't you?" I froze. "What are you talking about?" He took a step closer, eyes darting nervously. "They don't like it when you ignore them. They follow you. They're everywhere now." I laughed nervously, trying to dismiss it as a bad joke. But that night, when I turned off the lights, I could see them again. Shadows stretching across the walls, moving independently of anything in the room. I tried to leave, tried to escape, but no matter where I went in the apartment, they were there, always just out of reach, always watching. I left Flagstaff a few days later. I packed my car, took only what I could carry, and drove south, away from the forests, away from the highway, away from the first encounter. But the whispers didn't stop. Sometimes, late at night, when the world is silent, I can hear them in the car, in the hotel rooms, in the places where I thought I was safe. The shadows follow me, stretching along the walls, merging into the dark corners, waiting. I have tried to tell people, friends, coworkers, anyone who would listen, but no one believes me. They think I'm exaggerating or that I need help. Maybe I do. Maybe that's what they want. And the scariest part? Sometimes I catch them in reflections, mirror, window, even a spoon on the counter. Always behind me, always just slightly off, and when I turn, they vanish. But I know they're still there, just out of sight, watching, waiting. I've stopped driving at night, stopped being alone. I've changed apartments, changed cities, but I can't escape them. I can feel them in the corners of my vision, in the spaces where light doesn't reach. They've followed me through highways, forests, and cities, always patient, always silent, always waiting for the moment I drop my guard. And I know deep down that moment is coming, because no matter where I go, they are with me now, and I don't think I'll ever be free. Story the end. It started as a normal Friday evening in late October. The leaves had turned deep shades of red and gold, and the air was crisp enough that the breath of anyone outside became visible in soft puffs. I had just finished my shift at the diner on the outskirts of town, the one off Highway 84, where the neon open 24 hours flickered faintly in the dark. Most nights were quiet, but Friday nights always brought drunks, truckers, and the occasional couple looking for cheap coffee and pie. By 10, the place was nearly empty. I was wiping down tables when I noticed the sound of footsteps in the kitchen, slow and deliberate. At first, I thought it was one of the waitresses who had stayed behind to clean, but when I called out, no one answered. The lights above the counter flickered once, twice, then stabilized. A cold draft brushed past me even though every window and door was shut. I shook my head, muttering to myself, attributing it to my overworked imagination. The town had a reputation for strange occurrences, rumors of ghost sightings, and people disappearing for hours, or sometimes days, only to come back acting oddly distant, changed. But I didn't believe in that stuff, not really. I locked up at midnight and started the drive home, the highway empty except for the occasional pair of headlights in the distance. That's when it began. At first, it was subtle, a shadow that seemed to dart across the road, visible in my peripheral vision. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and it disappeared. A few minutes later, it appeared again, closer, moving along the side of the road. The trees along the highway created long, dark silhouettes, and I couldn't tell if the shadow was a deer or something else. My radio crackled, not with music or talk, but with static. Then a voice, low and raspy, barely audible, said, "Don't look back." I slammed the radio off, my heart racing, and kept driving. The voice repeated, louder this time, "Don't look back." Panic set in. My car felt impossibly slow, like the road itself was resisting me, and when I glanced in the rearview mirror, I swore I saw a figure standing in the middle of the highway behind me. Tall, thin, unnaturally still. I blinked, and it was gone. I finally reached my apartment, a small complex just outside the main town, and fumbled with my keys. The air in the hallway felt heavier than usual, thick and humid, and the lights flickered as I stepped inside. I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, trying to calm my racing heart. I turned on the television, hoping some mundane noise would shake the unease, but the screen only showed static. And then, faintly at first, I heard footsteps in my apartment, slow, deliberate, echoing through the small space. I live alone. I grabbed a kitchen knife and moved cautiously toward the source of the sound. The living room was empty. The bedroom? Empty. The bathroom? Empty. My chest was heaving, sweat forming on my forehead despite the chill. I considered calling the police, but my phone had no signal, not even one bar. I laughed nervously, telling myself I was exhausted, imagining things. I eventually fell asleep on the couch, knife clutched in my hand, fully expecting the nightmare to end with sunrise. It didn't. I woke to the sound of whispering, faint at first, then louder. It seemed to come from the kitchen. The whispers weren't words I could understand, just a low, guttural murmuring, like dozens of voices layered together. I froze, my eyes scanning the dark room. There was a figure at the window, looking in. Its face was pale, almost translucent. Its eyes were too dark, too hollow. When it moved, it didn't walk. It slid across the floor like water. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. My limbs felt frozen, and then it was gone. I didn't leave the apartment for 3 days. Food delivery, nothing else. Every night, the whispers came back, each time a little closer, a little louder. I began noticing other things. Items moved when I wasn't looking, shadows that lingered too long, reflections in mirrors that didn't match my movements. Friends called, worried about me, but when I tried to talk about what was happening, my voice sounded hollow even to myself. They assumed I was joking, stressed, or worse, losing it. On the fourth night, I heard a knock at the door. Not a polite tap, but a deliberate pounding. Heart racing, I approached, knife in hand. Through the peephole, there was no one there. But when I stepped back, I noticed footprints in the carpet leading from the door to my couch. I live alone. I live on the second floor. There's no way anyone could have gotten in without me seeing them. That was when I saw the first message. Written in the condensation on my bathroom mirror, I see you. I scrubbed it off frantically, thinking it was a cruel prank, but every night after that, messages would appear. Sometimes on mirrors, sometimes on windows, sometimes carved into the walls. Always short, always ominous. I'm here. You can't hide. Watch me. By the end of the first week, I stopped sleeping. I couldn't. Even when my eyes were closed, I could feel the presence in the room, leaning over me, whispering just beyond the threshold of understanding. Food went cold. Showers were skipped. My skin became pale, my hands trembling constantly. I didn't want to leave the apartment, but I also didn't want to stay. The town felt different now, hostile, alive in ways I couldn't understand. Shadows seemed to move in the corner of my eyes, even in broad daylight. The breaking point came when I woke to find the figure standing at the foot of my bed. It was exactly what I had seen at the window, but closer. I could see now that its mouth opened impossibly wide, wider than any human could manage, and inside, the darkness seemed to ripple. I tried to scream, but no sound came. I swung the knife, and it passed through as if through mist. The figure smiled, or at least I think it did, and then disappeared. I left the apartment that morning, abandoning everything. My car started immediately, and I drove without thinking, leaving the town behind. But it followed me, always just at the edge of my vision. Every stoplight, every gas station, every diner, I would glimpse it, standing watching, sometimes in the rearview mirror, sometimes reflected in a window. It didn't need to move, it just existed, patient, omnipresent. I tried to tell people, police, friends, my family. No one could see it. They laughed nervously, suggested therapy. But I knew what I was seeing was real. Too real. Objects moved when I wasn't looking. Doors unlocked themselves. The shadows of things I didn't own crossed the walls of my apartment when I returned to grab belongings. My phone recorded static-laden videos of me sleeping, and on playback I could see the figure leaning over me, whispering, touching, but always vanishing when I tried to confront it. Months passed. I moved multiple times, always trying to escape, but it was there. It adapted. It found me. No pattern to its appearances, no rhyme or reason. Sometimes it would simply watch silently. Sometimes it would manifest as a voice, a whisper, a touch, a shadow, a figure in the mirror. I learned to live with it, but sleep was impossible. Isolation became my norm. Any attempt at social interaction ended with me breaking down in panic, seeing it reflected in the eyes of strangers, in passing shadows. Then the dreams started. They weren't dreams, really. They were memories, or maybe glimpses of another reality. In them, I saw the figure doing things I hadn't witnessed, in places I hadn't been. Sometimes it was with people I knew, doing things they would never admit to. Sometimes it was me, but I wasn't me. I was someone else entirely, being hunted, trapped, consumed. Waking up became a relief and a curse simultaneously because the line between the dream and reality blurred. One night, desperate for an end, I went back to the town, the diner, the highway, every place I had seen it first. Nothing felt different. Nothing had changed. But when I reached my old apartment building, I noticed something chilling. The lights were on in my old unit. I knew I had moved, abandoned it months ago. I peered inside. Everything was as I had left it, yet the air seemed alive, moving in waves. And there in the center of the living room was a single chair rocking back and forth. No one sat in it. I turned to leave, and that's when the whisper came again, louder than ever, as if it had been waiting for me. Welcome home. I don't leave the apartment anymore. I don't drive. I barely speak. But it watches, always, waiting. Sometimes I catch glimpses of it in reflections and shadows and photographs I don't remember taking. And every night, the whispers return, sometimes urgent, sometimes soft, always close. I am trapped in my own life, in my own home, under the constant gaze of something that doesn't belong to this world but knows this one intimately. The doctors don't understand, the police don't believe, friends drift away, family is distant. But it's there, patient, watching, waiting. I've tried leaving towns, cities, even states. Nothing works. It doesn't need to move to find me. It just knows. And sometimes in the deepest quiet of night, I swear I can hear it laughing. I think the worst part isn't the fear. It's the certainty that there's no escape, that this isn't a haunting in the traditional sense. This is something that has claimed me, and perhaps it has always been waiting, not just for me, but for anyone who stumbles onto the edges of its world. I live in the shadow of it, always looking over my shoulder, never daring to sleep fully, never daring to let anyone in. I've tried to record it, photograph it, prove it exists. Nothing captures it. It exists between frames, between breaths, between heartbeats, in that space where reality shudders but can't quite acknowledge the presence. Sometimes I wonder if anyone will ever believe the truth, that the world is not as safe as we think, that there are things patient enough, patient beyond human comprehension, that hunt not for food, not for pleasure, but simply because we exist, because we move, because we live. And I know now, more than ever, that I am one of its prey. Not because I did something wrong, not because I was special, not because I deserved it, simply because I live. I write this now because I'm running out of time, or perhaps I have already run out. I can feel it closer than ever tonight, pressing against the walls, the floor, the air itself. It will not stop. It cannot stop. And soon, if it hasn't already, it will claim me entirely. But maybe, just maybe, someone will read this and understand. If you ever feel watched in the empty hours, if shadows linger too long, if whispers brush against your mind in silence, don't look back. Don't let it know you see. Don't let it find you. Because once it knows, once it decides, there is no escape. Story, the end. It was just past midnight when I first heard the knock. I live alone in a small 2-story house on the outskirts of a quiet town in Maine. The winters there can be brutal, and even in early spring, the nights carry a sharp chill that makes the wind howl through the pines like some living creature. I had been in bed for a couple of hours, scrolling through my phone, trying to distract myself from the quiet that always seemed louder in the dark. When the knock came, it was slow, deliberate, and came from the front door. My house is set back from the road, and at that hour, almost no one passes by. My first thought was a neighbor, maybe drunk or lost, but something about the rhythm of the knocking made me pause. It didn't feel casual, it felt intentional. I got up, slipped on a robe, and crept down the stairs. The hall light flickered faintly from the ceiling fixture, casting long, jittering shadows against the walls. I peered through the peephole, and there was no one there. Not even a shadow. I opened the door cautiously, the cold air biting at my face, but the porch was empty. I stepped outside, looked around. The street was deserted. Even the moon was obscured by clouds. There was a faint imprint in the snow on the porch steps, like someone had stood there briefly and then vanished. My stomach twisted. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or some prankster. I closed the door and locked it, but sleep didn't come back easily. About 30 minutes later, I heard it again. This time, it wasn't a knock. It was tapping coming from the living room window. My heart was pounding as I crept toward it, and when I looked, the curtain was moving slightly, as if someone was pressing against it from the outside. I ran to the window, yanked the curtain aside, and again, nothing. The snow was falling steadily now, muffling any sound, and I could see nothing but the white blur of the winter night. I tried to convince myself it was my imagination, but deep down I knew it wasn't. I went back to bed, but sleep was impossible. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind against the siding sounded like someone moving inside. Around 3 a.m., I finally drifted off. When I woke, it was morning, and for a moment, the world seemed normal. But as I made coffee and looked out the window, I saw footprints. Large, heavy footprints that led from the edge of the yard to my front door, and then, strangest of all, they stopped abruptly. There was no continuation into the street. It was as if someone had simply disappeared. I called the police, but by the time they arrived, the tracks had faded. They wrote it off as a prank or some natural occurrence, snow shifting oddly, but I knew better. Over the next week, things escalated. I started noticing small changes in my house. Objects slightly moved from where I remembered placing them. My computer would be on when I knew I had shut it down. I'd hear soft, breathing-like sounds in the hallways at night, just enough to wake me, but not enough to track. I installed cameras inside and outside. The outside cameras recorded nothing unusual, just the occasional fox or raccoon, but the inside cameras captured something that made my blood run cold. At 2:37 a.m., a shadow would pass through the living room. Not a person, not something recognizable, just a dark, humanoid shape that glided silently from the front door to the staircase and vanished. I showed the footage to the local police. They looked at it, shrugged, and suggested I might be under stress, that the shadows could be tricks of the camera. I didn't argue. I didn't want to. But deep down, I knew what I had seen. It wasn't a trick. It wasn't stress. Something was inside my house. Something that could move, observe, and vanish at will. I started sleeping with knives around the bed and a heavy flashlight by my side, but the sense of dread never left me. One night, about 2 weeks after the first knock, it got worse. I woke to the sound of whispering. At first, I thought it was on the street, the wind playing tricks on me, but it became clear that it was coming from inside the house. It was faint, almost inaudible, but unmistakable. I got up, heart pounding, and followed the sound down the stairs. It led me to the kitchen. The whispers stopped. The kitchen was empty, but on the table was a note written in a shaky hand. I see you. I dropped the note, and the whispering stopped entirely. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I didn't even try. I sat in the living room, knife in hand, staring at the front door until dawn. After that, I moved the cameras around, placing them in every room. That night, at exactly 3:13 a.m., the footage captured something horrifying. My bedroom door opened slowly. Nothing was there. Then, from the corner of the room, a hand appeared. Pale, unnaturally long fingers, dragging along the floor. I couldn't see a body, just a hand. It hovered for a moment as if testing the space, then disappeared. I watched the playback 3 times, frozen, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. My logical mind screamed at me. There had to be an explanation, but there wasn't. No human could have done that. I called a friend, someone who has always believed in the paranormal. He came over the next evening, bringing a set of EMF detectors, salt, and some old folklore books. He didn't say much at first, just observed, watched the cameras, and nodded. That night, he stayed over. Around 1:45 a.m., the house shook. Not a tremor, but a deep, resonating vibration. The lights flickered. On the camera feed, a figure appeared at the top of the staircase. My friend froze. It was tall, impossibly thin, with a face that was all shadow. It didn't move down the stairs, just stood there. After a few seconds, it vanished. My friend left the next morning, pale, muttering something about things that shouldn't exist in our world. Things became worse after that. I started waking up to find doors wide open, rooms I had locked left ajar. The whispers grew louder, sometimes forming words that I couldn't understand, and sometimes names, my name, shouted in a voice that wasn't human. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. The house itself seemed alive, responding to my presence. Objects would fly across rooms, walls would shudder, and sometimes I'd wake to find scratches on my arms, long, deep, and burning. I took to sleeping in different rooms, trying to avoid one that felt particularly active, but the entity or entities seemed to follow me, learning, adapting. One night I woke to see the shadow in my bedroom again, but this time it was different. It moved toward me, flowing like smoke, and I could see a vague outline of something humanoid, tall and grotesque. It reached for me, and I felt a coldness, a paralysis, like my body had been replaced with ice. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Then a voice, clear and whispering, said, "Leave, or stay forever." The pressure lifted, my body moved, and I bolted from the house into the freezing night. I didn't look back. The next day, I rented a motel room in town. I didn't care about money, only safety. I called a moving company and had everything packed. I didn't know where I would go, but I had to leave. When I returned later to get a few personal items, the house was silent, empty, but the front door was open. I stepped inside. Nothing moved. Nothing appeared unusual. Just as I started to breathe easier, I saw it. The note again, written in the same shaky hand on the kitchen table. Only this time it said, "See you soon." I sold the house the next week. The buyers were a young couple who seemed oblivious to its past. I didn't warn them. I couldn't. Talking about it made it feel real again, and I had no intention of going through that terror again. But even months later, in my new apartment hundreds of miles away, I hear whispers. Sometimes at night when I'm alone, I see shadows flicker at the edge of my vision. I tell myself it's stress, that it's my mind playing tricks. But deep down, I know what I saw. I know what touched me. And I know no matter where I go, some things follow. I learned quickly that there is no logic in the world for certain events, no explanation that makes sense. They just happen. And when they do, you are powerless to stop them. I still have nightmares, though they are not the vivid kind most people have. They are the subtle kind, the insidious kind, that leaves you awake at 3 a.m., hearing the faintest scrape of a fingernail against wood, or the soft whisper of a name you thought forgotten. I have tried to reach out to skeptics, rational thinkers, police, psychologists. No one believes the full story. They take fragments, offer theories, but the reality is something that exists on the edges of perception, not the edges of logic. I know what I saw. I know what I felt, and sometimes, when the wind is just right, carrying the faintest echo of snow against the trees, I swear I can hear the knock. Slow, deliberate, intentional. And I know it is not a visitor from this world. It's something else, something that waits, something patient, something that remembers. Even now, as I write this, I feel it in the room. A shadow just shifted at the corner of my vision, and the room feels colder. My dog, who usually sleeps at my feet, is staring at the corner of the room, a low growl rumbling from its throat. There's a sound, faint but unmistakable, like someone is breathing behind me. I have learned not to turn around. Not yet, because when I do, I know I'll see it again, and I know it will be closer than before. Some nights, when the wind howls and the streets are empty, I imagine the first knock, knock, the one that started all of this. And I think about how easy it would have been to ignore it, to go back to sleep, to pretend it wasn't real, but it was. And that one knock was all it took to pull me into a reality that no one else can see. I have moved 3 times since then. Each place starts normal. Each place eventually bends. And I have learned slowly, terrifyingly, that it does not matter where I go, because it follows, because it waits, because it remembers. And I have come to accept, reluctantly, the truth. Some things are not meant to be understood. Some things are not meant to be escaped. I have a friend, a kind and rational man who helped me move into my latest apartment. He does not believe in ghosts. He will not understand this. He never will. And I know, because the night is quiet now, that soon I will hear the sound that started it all again. The slow, deliberate knock at the door. The whisper of my name from the shadows. The feeling of eyes in every dark corner. And I will have to live with it because I have no choice. No one who has experienced it does. The first time you see it, it is a shadow. The second time, it becomes something more. The third time, you understand that it is not bound by walls, by distance, by reason. And after that, all that remains is the knowledge that some things exist to remind you, in ways subtle and violent, that you are never, ever alone. Story the end. It was a late October evening in rural Ohio, the kind of night where the fog from the cornfields seems to curl around the road lights, thick and almost suffocating. I had just started my junior year of college and had taken a weekend trip back home, wanting a quiet respite from dorm life. My hometown, a stretch of small houses and old barns, felt almost frozen in time, like it existed outside the rush of the modern world. I pulled into my parents' driveway just as the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised shades of orange and purple. Everything seemed normal at first, the house quiet, the porch light flickering on automatically. But the feeling that something was off crept over me the moment I stepped inside. The living room smelled faintly of dust and mothballs, an odd mixture I had grown accustomed to over the years. I dropped my backpack and called out to my parents, but there was no response. Strange, I thought. Maybe they were out for a walk or running errands. I headed upstairs to my old bedroom, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet. That's when I noticed the first truly odd thing. My window was slightly open. I was sure I had shut it before leaving for school. The night air was cool, carrying a faint smell of damp leaves and wood smoke. I shut the window, brushing it off as a careless mistake on someone's part, probably my younger sister who was always forgetful. I went down to the kitchen to grab a snack, thinking a quick bite would make me feel more at home. The light over the kitchen table flickered once and then stabilized. I noticed the fridge door wasn't fully closed, which was strange because my dad was meticulous about such things. I closed it and shrugged, not wanting to read too much into minor inconveniences. As I reached for a soda, I heard it. A soft, almost inaudible whisper from the hallway. "Help me," it said. My body froze and my heart started racing. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. I convinced myself it was the wind, a trick of the acoustics. I tried to laugh it off, but my laugh sounded hollow, too loud in the silence of the house. I decided to call my mom. The line went straight to voicemail. I tried my dad, same result. Panic began to creep in as I checked the rest of the house. Every room was empty, doors locked from the inside, windows intact. Nothing seemed disturbed except that first open window. I grabbed my keys and ran outside to check the yard, half expecting someone to be hiding, maybe playing a cruel joke. The yard was deserted. The fog had thickened, curling around the porch like fingers trying to drag me in. I felt exposed, vulnerable. I drove around the neighborhood, hoping to find a neighbor or some sign of normalcy, but the streets were eerily empty, the houses dark. I stopped at the old convenience store at the corner, but even it was shuttered, the usual neon sign flickering weakly, as if it was dying. The next morning, I woke to a knock at the door. Groggy, still shaken from the previous night, I opened it to find a uniformed police officer. He asked if I was Daniel Harris, which I confirmed. His expression was grim. "We found your parents," he said. My stomach dropped. "Where?" I asked. "In the barn behind your house," he replied. The words felt unreal. I followed him silently, a numbness settling over me. The barn was old, creaking, the wood warped with age. As we pushed the doors open, I saw them, my parents lying side by side, eyes wide open, faces frozen in terror. There were no signs of struggle, no obvious injuries, just the strange sense that they had been looking at something horrifying when they died. The officer said the coroner was on their way, but I barely heard him. I couldn't stop staring at my parents, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. For the next few days, I stayed at the house, trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy. Though every shadow seemed to stretch too long, every creak in the floorboard sounded like footsteps. Then it started happening. The whispers again. At first, it was barely audible, almost like the wind brushing through the cracks in the siding. But soon it became clearer, closer. I would hear my name called softly, the syllables drawn out, sad and pleading. Sometimes it was my parents' voices. Other times it was someone, or something I didn't recognize. I tried to record it on my phone, hoping to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. But every time I played it back, the audio was just static. One night, I was in the kitchen making coffee to calm myself when the lights went out completely. The fog outside had seeped in through the open window again, thicker now, swirling around the room. That's when I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the fog, just beyond the window. It was tall, impossibly thin, and its eyes, if they were eyes, glowed faintly in the darkness. I froze, unable to move, my coffee mug shattering on the tile floor. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, but I felt it watching me, every fiber of my being screaming to run, to escape. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. The lights flickered back on. The fog had retreated. I told myself it was a trick of my mind, exhaustion and grief combining to create hallucinations. Over the next week, I began noticing other things. Objects in the house moved on their own, sometimes subtly, sometimes impossible to ignore. The kitchen knife would be on the counter, then on the table, then back on the counter, all without me touching it. Doors that I had locked would be found unlocked in the morning. Shadows that didn't match the furniture or the corners of the room slithered across the walls. Every time I tried to leave the house, the car wouldn't start or the fog outside thickened until I felt like the road itself had disappeared. Sleep became impossible. Every night, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, and sometimes I would wake up to find scratches on the walls, marks that hadn't been there before. Long, deep gouges that seemed too deliberate to be random. Then I found the diary. It belonged to my father. I had never seen it before, tucked away behind a false panel in the study. The entries started normally, mundane notes about farm work and family life. But over time, they became strange, paranoid. My father wrote about seeing figures in the fog, hearing voices calling from the fields at night, and a feeling of being watched even inside the house. The last entries were frantic, filled with warnings. It waits in the fog, it watches. I think it knows I know. Don't go outside alone. Don't trust the walls. Don't listen. I hear it calling. The final page was smeared with something dark, almost like dried blood. I felt bile rise in my throat as I realized my father hadn't just been paranoid. He had been experiencing the same thing I was now trapped in. I tried to leave again, this time on foot, thinking if I could make it to the road, I could hitch a ride to the nearest town. The fog was thick, so dense it clung to my skin and made it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. Every step I took, I felt eyes on me. Then I heard it, that soft, pleading whisper. "Daniel, come back." I turned to see the same tall figure from the kitchen, emerging from the mist. Its arms were impossibly long, reaching toward me, and its face, if you could call it that, was a blank void. Yet somehow I felt it looking right through me. I ran, stumbling through the fog, my heart pounding, but no matter how fast I went, the whispers followed, closer and closer. When I finally collapsed from exhaustion, I woke up hours later in the living room, the fog gone, but the feeling of being watched never leaving me. The next day, I called my younger sister, pleading with her to come stay with me. She arrived in the afternoon, hesitant and scared, but she immediately noticed the tension in the house. She too felt it, the cold presence, the constant sensation of being observed. That night, all three of us stayed in the living room, lights blazing, doors locked, trying to convince ourselves that staying together would keep us safe. But the whispers didn't stop. They were relentless, crawling along the walls, whispering secrets we couldn't understand, but felt in our bones. And then from the study, we heard the scratching. Slow at first, then frantic, like something was clawing at the walls from the inside. My sister screamed. I grabbed a baseball bat, trembling, and opened the door. The study was empty, but the diary lay open on the floor, pages flipping violently as if caught in an invisible wind. And then the voice, unmistakable this time, directly behind me. "Why are you here?" It was my father's voice, low, distorted, full of dread. I spun around. No one was there. We decided to leave, to never come back. But as we loaded the car, the fog returned, thicker than ever. The driveway seemed endless, the familiar roads warped, twisting into shapes that didn't exist. The headlights barely pierced the mist. Then I saw them, dozens of figures emerging from the fog, silent, thin, watching. They didn't move toward us, yet we couldn't drive past them. My sister sobbed. I tried the horn, tried to rev the engine, but nothing worked. The figures stayed, their blank faces staring, until finally, as if some unseen hand released us, the fog lifted, the road returned to normal, and we sped away without looking back. We never went back. The house was eventually sold, but the new owners reported the same strange occurrences. Whispers, moving objects, figures in the fog. I moved to another state, started a new life, but the memory of that place never faded. On quiet nights when the wind carries just right, I still hear it calling my name. I still see the fog curling around the edges of my vision, and I know it's waiting, patient, persistent for the moment it can pull me back into that endless watching darkness. Story the end. It started on a Monday evening in late September. Jamie Carter, a 29-year-old graphic designer living in Cleveland, had just finished another grueling day at the studio. Freelance work had been piling up, deadlines overlapping, and she was exhausted. The streets outside were slick with an earlier rainstorm, the city lights reflecting off puddles that glimmered like broken glass. She locked the door to her small apartment building and hurried toward her car, a modest sedan parked half a block away. The walk was uneventful at first, only the sound of her boots against wet pavement and the occasional distant honk of a car. Then she noticed it, a figure, tall, indistinct, standing at the corner of the street ahead. At first, she thought it was a pedestrian waiting to cross, but as she got closer, the figure didn't move, just stood there watching. She sped up, heart rate rising, and the figure remained. When she reached her car, she fumbled with her keys, glancing back. The figure was closer now, maybe 20 feet away, still unmoving. She finally got the door open, slid inside, and locked it. Driving home, Jamie kept glancing in her rearview mirror. The streets were mostly empty, but she could swear she saw the same figure occasionally in shadows, or reflected in windows, just far enough away that she could never get a clear look. She tried to rationalize it. Tiredness, paranoia, or a trick of the light, but the sense of being watched was undeniable. Her apartment was on the fourth floor of an older building, the kind with narrow hallways and dim lighting. As she unlocked her door, she thought she heard the faintest knock from the outside. She ignored it, convincing herself it had been her imagination. Inside, she tried to relax, boiling water for tea and sitting down at her laptop. Hours passed uneventfully. Then her phone vibrated, a notification from her security app. Jamie's heart jumped. She had set up a basic camera outside her door after a string of minor break-ins in the building. The feed showed the figure standing in the hallway, at the far end, partially obscured by shadows. She froze, watching it for what felt like an eternity before it disappeared out of frame. Jamie called the building's front desk. "Has anyone been wandering the hallways?" she asked. The clerk, an older man named Roger, laughed. "You're fine, Miss Carter. I don't see anyone on the cameras. We check the floors regularly." But Jamie wasn't fine. Over the next few days, she noticed subtle, unnerving things. The doormat slightly askew, her keys moved from where she left them, the smell of cigarette smoke in the hallway, even though the building was non-smoking. She chalked some of it up to stress, but a growing dread settled in her chest, heavy and constant. Then came the phone calls. They started small, static, faint breathing, nothing more. But each night they grew more insistent. At first she tried ignoring them, but the whispers started low, guttural, almost like a voice struggling to form words. "Jamie, Jamie," it would say over and over until sleep became impossible. She stopped leaving the apartment alone. Even trips to the grocery store became exercises in paranoia. Every parked car, every shadow across the sidewalk felt like it was following her. One night, she woke to the sound of a knock at her door. Hard, insistent. She checked the peephole, empty hallway. She called Roger, who told her it must be a prankster. But the knocks didn't stop. Each night, they returned, always between 2 and 2:30 a.m., just when she thought she might sleep. Desperate, Jamie installed more security cameras, covering every entrance and corner. The feeds were mostly normal during the day, but at night, shadows moved in ways that didn't make sense. On several occasions, figures appeared in the hallways, close enough to touch, but never on the frame captured by her cameras. One evening, she came home to find her front door ajar, something impossible because she always double-locked it. Inside, the apartment felt wrong. The furniture had been shifted slightly, items she hadn't touched were on the floor, and on the living room wall, scratched into the paint, were the words, "I see you." Jamie called the police, but again, there was no sign of forced entry. It was as though someone or something had come and gone without leaving a trace. Sleep deprivation began to take its toll. Jamie's dreams became vivid and horrifying. She dreamed of being trapped in her apartment while unseen forces crept closer, whispering her name, moving objects, shaking walls. She woke up drenched in sweat, certain the dreams were not entirely dreams. One week, she returned from work to find her mail scattered across the floor, bills mixed with strange, unsigned letters. One of them was a Polaroid of her standing in her kitchen, taken from just behind the fridge. Her heart pounded. No one could have been inside. She lived alone, and the doors were always locked. The figure began appearing in the photographs, just at the edge of the frame, tall, dark, featureless, like a shadow with intent. It was never close enough to touch hers, but always close enough to know it was there, watching. Jamie considered leaving the city, but she had nowhere to go. Every time she stayed in a motel or a friend's apartment, the same phenomena followed. Footsteps in the night, whispers, glimpses of the shadow in corners. She even drove hundreds of miles, hoping distance would help, but it didn't. It followed. Desperation drove her to confront it. One night, she stayed awake, hiding in her bedroom with the lights off, phone in hand, ready to capture evidence. Around 2:15 a.m., the knocking returned, harder, faster. Then the whispers. "Jamie," she whispered back, "what do you want?" The voice paused. Then, almost calmly, "You can't hide." The lights flickered violently. Her cameras turned on by themselves, screens showing the apartment from every angle. And there, standing behind her bed, was the figure. Tall, dark, impossibly still, its face featureless. Jamie screamed, dropping her phone. When she scrambled to the floor, the figure vanished. She called the police immediately, but when they arrived, there was no one, no evidence, nothing. The scratches on the wall were gone, the Polaroids vanished, the doors locked tight. It was as if the night had swallowed everything. Jamie left the city the next morning, moving to a small town in Ohio, renting a cabin on the outskirts of a dense forest. She hoped isolation would protect her, but the nightmares persisted. The whispers came from the trees, the shadows moved in the corners of her vision. Months later, she was working at her computer when she noticed something outside, the shadow of a car moving through the forest. Black, silent. Her blood ran cold. She had not been followed. She had been found. The whispers returned at night, this time clearer. I'm here. Jamie's friends and family received postcards from her, postmarked from various small towns she moved to. On the back, in jagged handwriting, "It's real. It's always there. It never leaves." One morning, her cabin was found empty. No signs of struggle, no evidence of her existence, only her journal left behind, filled with frantic accounts of whispers, shadows, and being followed. The last page simply read, "It's in the trees now, watching, waiting, always." No one ever found Jamie Carter again. Story, the end. It started the night I was driving home from my new job in northern Pennsylvania. I had just moved out of my college dorm to take this warehouse position in a small industrial town, the kind of place that felt forgotten on the map. My shift ended around midnight, and the roads were deserted, thick fog rolling in from the surrounding hills. I remember thinking the night was unusually quiet, not just in traffic, but in the way the world itself seemed to hold its breath. My car headlights cut through the fog in weak beams, illuminating only the immediate road ahead. I was about 20 minutes from my apartment complex when I noticed it, a figure standing at the side of the road. At first, I thought it was a hitchhiker, but the way it didn't move, didn't even blink in the headlights, set me on edge. It was tall, wearing what looked like a dark hoodie, but there was something off about its posture, almost too stiff. My instincts screamed to drive past, but curiosity, or maybe stupidity, made me slow down. As I neared, I could see its face, pale and expressionless, eyes black and unblinking. I swerved instinctively, heart pounding, but when I looked in the rearview mirror, it was gone. I laughed nervously, trying to convince myself it was a trick of the fog, maybe a reflection of the trees. But when I pulled into my apartment complex, I realized something was wrong. The parking lot, usually empty at this hour except for the few night shift workers, was full of cars, all parked haphazardly, engines running, lights on. I got out, confused, but no one was around. The doors to the building were locked, and as I approached the entrance, I heard whispers, low, almost inaudible, coming from the shadows between the cars. Don't go in." I froze. My keys rattled in my hand. The whispers stopped, replaced by a silence so heavy it pressed down on my chest. I glanced at the cars. In the reflections on their windshields, I thought I saw people standing behind me, just barely visible, but when I turned, there was no one there. My heart was hammering. I unlocked the door and ran inside, double-checking that the lock latched behind me. The apartment was dark, eerily silent. Everything seemed normal, at least superficially, but the air felt heavy, thick, like it carried the weight of something unseen. I set my keys down and went to the fridge, needing water, needing to convince myself I wasn't losing it. That's when I noticed the footprints, muddy, wet, leading from the front door across the living room floor and stopping abruptly in front of my bedroom door. My heart sank. I hadn't tracked in any mud. I followed them anyway, cautiously, and when I reached my bedroom, I froze. The window was open, wide, the screen torn. Cold air rushed in, carrying the smell of damp earth and something metallic. I slammed the window shut, checking the locks, but it felt pointless. I sat on my bed, trying to calm myself, when I heard it. A slow, deliberate tapping from the closet. One tap, then another, echoing in the small room. My mind raced. I wanted to call the police, but my phone had no signal, and the landline was dead. The taps became scratches, like fingernails dragging across wood. I grabbed a baseball bat from under the bed, my hands shaking, and flung open the closet door. Nothing, just the empty closet. But then I felt it, like a breath on the back of my neck, cold and wet. I spun around, but no one was there. The next morning, I thought maybe sleep had made it worse. Exhausted, I went to work, brushing it off as paranoia. But when I returned that night, the apartment was worse. Objects had moved. The coffee mug I had left on the counter was on the floor, shattered. My bedspread was folded neatly, had the pillows stacked in a perfect triangle, and the footprints, they were back. This time leading from the bedroom to the kitchen and then stopping abruptly in the middle of the living room. I called my manager, trying to make sense of it. He suggested I stay somewhere else just for the night. I agreed, packing a small bag and heading to a motel a few miles away. On the drive, I felt the same sensation. The feeling of being watched, the shadows at the edge of my vision moving when they shouldn't. That night at the motel, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing the whispers through the thin walls, soft and mocking. I fell asleep eventually, only to wake to the sound of scratching on the window. The room was empty, the window locked, but the scratching persisted, moving along the frame. Over the next few weeks, the apartment became unlivable. Every time I returned, the footprints were there, the whispers always close, the cold presence inescapable. I started recording the noises with my phone. At first, the recordings captured nothing but static, but over time, faint whispers emerged. Low, distorted voices, sometimes calling my name, sometimes just moaning in pain. I took the recordings to a sound engineer friend who said he had never heard anything like it. The frequencies didn't match human speech, yet the words were unmistakable. One night, determined to face it, I stayed in the apartment with the lights blazing, recording everything. Around 2 a.m., the whispers started again. Louder this time, insistent. "Daniel, come to us." I tried to ignore them, telling myself it was my imagination. Then I saw movement in the corner of my eye, shadows stretching, crawling along the walls toward me. I raised the bat, yelling, but the shadows didn't stop. They moved faster, faster, converging on me, and I felt the air thicken, pressing against my chest. I blacked out. I woke up in my car, parked outside the apartment, dawn breaking. My head hurt, my clothes were wet, and the apartment door was locked behind me. Nothing inside was disturbed except for the diary I found on the floor. My father's old diary, though I had never owned it. Flipping through it, I saw entries almost identical to my own experiences. Whispers, shadows, footprints, the feeling of being watched. The last entry was dated decades ago. "It waits for you. You cannot hide. It will find you. Always." I moved away the next day, leaving everything behind, but even now, months later, I can't escape it. At night, when the wind is right and the fog rolls over the hills, I hear it. Soft whispers calling my name, shadows flickering at the edge of my vision. I've tried rational explanations, tried to convince myself it's just stress, just coincidence. But deep down, I know it's waiting, and I know, eventually, it will find me again. It was supposed to be the easiest job I'd ever had. 3 nights of house-sitting for a couple I'd met through a coworker. Their home sat on the edge of a small town in northern Ohio, just far enough from the neighbors to make it peaceful, they'd said. When I arrived, it was a wide, 2-story colonial, surrounded by woods and barely lit by a single porch light. The husband, David, had handed me a ring of keys, told me their security system code, and reminded me to feed their dog, a large, quiet German shepherd named Scout. The wife, Linda, smiled politely but seemed nervous, glancing over my shoulder toward the trees every few minutes. Before they left, I asked, "You have anyone who might stop by? Friends? Family?" "No," David said quickly. "Nobody. Just keep the doors locked at night, okay?" I laughed it off, thinking he was just being cautious. The first day passed quietly. I worked remotely from their living room, drank their coffee, and watched old movies on their TV. The house was gorgeous, modern, but with old bones. The floors creaked in strange ways, but I figured all older homes did. Scout mostly lay near the sliding glass door that looked out into the woods. Every now and then his ears would perk up and he'd stare into the tree line. I'd look, but see nothing. That first night, around midnight, I heard something outside. It wasn't loud, just a scraping sound, like metal dragging on concrete. Scout stood up, fur bristling, growling low in his throat. I turned on the porch light, but the beam barely reached beyond the steps. There was nothing there. I told Scout to settle down, locked the door again, and went upstairs to bed. At around 2:40 a.m., I woke to Scout barking, furiously, viciously. I jumped out of bed and ran downstairs. He was at the sliding glass door, teeth bared, hackles raised. I couldn't see what he was barking at, but something about his behavior sent ice through my veins. I flicked on the floodlights outside. For a second, I saw it. Someone standing at the edge of the woods facing the house. They weren't moving, just standing. I couldn't make out details, just a tall figure, maybe in dark clothing, or maybe their skin looked that way under the lights. I blinked, and they were gone. I called out, "Hey!" But my voice sounded small, weak. Scout barked again, snapping his teeth at the glass. The figure didn't reappear. I turned off the lights after a few minutes, heart racing, and told myself I was imagining things. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or some late-night hiker. I went back upstairs, though sleep didn't come for a long time. The next morning, I found footprints outside, bare footprints, in the mud, right beneath the window. Large ones. Whoever, or whatever, had been out there wasn't wearing shoes. I called David, told him someone had been outside. He sounded uneasy, but said, "We've had incidents before. It's nothing. Just make sure Scout stays inside. Keep the doors locked." Incidents before? I wanted to ask what he meant, but he hung up before I could. That night, things got worse. Around 11:30, the security system beeped. One of the sensors had triggered. I looked at the panel. Garage door open. My heart dropped. I grabbed a flashlight, took Scout, and went to the garage. The door was open just a few inches, neck swaying gently. I crouched down, shone the flashlight under it. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then 2 pale, dirty fingers reached under the gap and curled upward as if testing how much they could lift. I froze. My voice caught in my throat. Scout lunged at the door, barking violently. The fingers slipped away instantly. I slammed the control button, and the door closed fully with a clank. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed in the living room, flashlight and kitchen knife in hand, listening for any sound. Around 3 a.m., I heard whispering from the woods. Not clear words, just the low murmur of voices that didn't sound human. They rose and fell like a conversation between things that knew I was listening. The next morning, I went outside in daylight to check. There were more footprints now, dozens of them, circling the house. Bare, human-like, but distorted, too long, the toes oddly spaced, the heels shallow. They led into the woods and vanished. I took photos and called David again, this time demanding answers. He sighed and said, It's complicated. We didn't think it would happen this early. Just stay inside at night, don't go near the woods, and if you hear knocking, don't open the door." "What do you mean it?" I asked, but he hung up again. That night, around 12:15, the knocking started. Slow, measured, 3 knocks, silence, then again. I crept to the front door, heart hammering. Scout stood rigid beside me, growling low. I looked through the peephole and saw nothing. I waited. Then came another knock, this time softer, higher up on the door, like someone was dragging their hand downward. I whispered, "Who's there?" No response. The knocking stopped for a while. I sat on the couch, trying to calm myself, but a few minutes later came another sound, a tapping from the second-floor window. I went upstairs, every instinct screaming not to, but I had to look. The tapping continued, light, deliberate. When I reached the bedroom and pulled the curtain aside, I froze. A face was pressed against the glass. Not a normal face. The skin was grayish, stretched thin, the mouth too wide, and the eyes black, empty holes. It wasn't a mask. I could see the skin shifting as it breathed, fogging the glass. I screamed, stumbled backward, and when I looked again, it was gone. I grabbed Scout and locked myself in the bathroom. I could hear footsteps now, slow and deliberate, moving through the hallway outside. Then came a whisper, right at the bathroom door, "You shouldn't have looked." That was the longest night of my life. By morning, everything was still. I went downstairs, trembling, and found muddy footprints, those same bare, distorted ones, on the stairs, leading from the front door to the upstairs hallway. But the door was still locked from the inside. I called the police. They searched the property, found nothing, and told me it was probably an animal or someone messing with me. I showed them the footprints. They shrugged. After they left, I packed my things. I called David and said I was leaving. He didn't argue. He just said, "I understand. We'll handle it." But before I could go, I had to feed Scout one last time. I went to the kitchen, opened the back door to let him out, and froze. On the porch sat something, small, wet, glistening. I leaned closer. It was a heart, a real human heart. Fresh. I slammed the door shut and called 911. By the time the police arrived, it was gone. No sign of blood, no trace of anything. They questioned me for hours, assuming I was hallucinating or lying. They left eventually, telling me to get some rest. I drove home that afternoon, shaking. I tried to forget, but 3 days later I got a call from Linda. Her voice was shaking. "Something got into the house," she said. "We came home last night and Scout's gone. Lascan, there's blood everywhere." I didn't know what to say. Then she whispered, "It left a note on our bedroom wall." I swallowed hard. "What did it say?" Her voice broke. "It said your name." I hung up. That night, I didn't sleep. Around 2 a.m., I heard something outside my apartment window, soft, rhythmic tapping. I live on the third floor. Slowly, I turned off the lights, crept toward the window, and peeked out from behind the curtain. At first, I saw nothing. Then, from below, a pale hand gripped the window ledge, followed by another. Then, slowly, that same gray face rose into view, staring straight at me, mouth stretching into a silent, impossible grin. I stumbled back, tripping over my chair. When I looked again, it was gone. The next morning, muddy, bare footprints led from my window to my bed. I left that apartment the same day. I moved across the state, changed my number, and told no one where I went. I thought it was over. I told myself it had to be. But 2 months later, I came home from work and found a single muddy footprint in my kitchen. And on my counter, a note written in shaky handwriting, "You shouldn't have looked." I still don't know what it is or how it found me again. Some nights, I wake up to the sound of scratching on the walls, whispering from outside. Sometimes it says my name. Sometimes it just laughs. Last week, I got a call from an unknown number. When I answered, there was silence. Then a faint, rasping voice said, "You can move again, but it will always find you." Now, every night, I sit in bed with the lights on, waiting, listening, because somewhere out there, I know it's watching. And one night soon, it's going to knock again. Story the end. It started on a cold November night in rural Vermont when I was driving back from a client meeting in Boston. I'd taken a longer, scenic route to avoid highway traffic, cutting through winding roads that passed through small towns and dense forests. It was nearly midnight, the kind of darkness that feels almost physical, pressing down on you from all sides. My headlights barely pierced the thick fog that had rolled in, and the radio only gave static, no music, no talk, just low hissing. I was alone, save for the hum of my old pickup truck and the occasional owl hoot echoing in the distance. I was passing through a stretch of road called Hollow Creek Road, notorious in local legend for its isolation. There were no streetlights, no signs of civilization, just tall trees leaning over the asphalt like sentinels. I had barely driven a few miles when I saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the road, just beyond the dim reach of my headlights. At first, I thought it was a hitchhiker. The figure didn't move, didn't wave, just stood there, motionless, facing the forest. I slowed the truck, rolling down my window, calling out, "Hey, do you need a ride?" But there was no response, only silence, thick and heavy. Something about the figure was off. Its posture was too rigid, the arms hanging unnaturally. Even in the low light, I could see it was tall, too tall, and the skin had a pale, almost gray tone. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. My gut screamed at me to drive past, but curiosity or foolishness got the better of me. I pulled over slowly, stopping maybe 10 feet away. The figure didn't flinch. I tried to smile to make it seem friendly and called out again. Then, slowly, it turned its head toward me. Its eyes, they weren't human. Dark, deep, and unblinking, reflecting my headlights like glassy pits. Panic surged through me. I slammed the truck into gear and floored it, tires screeching on the wet asphalt. When I looked in the rearview mirror, the figure was gone. My heart was pounding, hands shaking on the steering wheel, and I tried to rationalize what I had just seen. Maybe it was a trick of the fog, a shadow, someone playing a prank. But the memory of those eyes stayed with me, fixed and hollow, like they had looked straight into my soul. I drove on, trying to put distance between myself and that figure. After about 20 minutes, I saw headlights ahead, a small diner, its neon sign flickering. I pulled in, relief flooding me. I parked and went inside, hoping for warm coffee and a sense of normalcy. The diner was empty, save for a woman behind the counter who smiled politely but didn't speak. I ordered coffee, trying to shake off the image of those eyes. While I waited, I noticed a bulletin board with missing person notices pinned to it. One caught my attention, a photograph of a man, mid-30s, missing since last week, last seen near Hollow Creek Road. My stomach dropped. The date on the notice was the night before, and the description matched the figure I'd seen. Too tall, pale, and last seen near the exact stretch of road I'd driven. I left the diner quickly, trying to convince myself it was coincidence. But as I drove back onto Hollow Creek Road, I felt something in the woods shifting. Shadows seemed too dark, trees leaning in unnatural angles, and then I heard it. The faintest scraping, like claws or metal dragging across stone. My pulse quickened. I looked in the side mirrors, every tree, every stretch of fog, but nothing was there. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. By the time I reached a small bridge spanning a creek, my headlights illuminated something terrifying. The figure was there again, standing in the middle of the road, impossibly tall, arms long, fingers clawed. Its head was tilted, staring at me. I slammed on the brakes, but it didn't move. I tried to reverse, but the truck shuddered and stalled, as if something in the air was pulling at it. The figure didn't advance. It just stood, unmoving, watching. I tried to start the truck again, and finally, after what felt like hours, it roared to life. I spun the wheel, swerving onto the shoulder, heart pounding in my ears, and drove off at top speed. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station in a town an hour away. I told the attendant what happened, but he just nodded as if he'd heard the story before and muttered, "Don't ever go near Hollow Creek at night. Not alone." I laughed nervously, but inside I knew this wasn't some local superstition. I didn't sleep much that night, tossing and turning, replaying the events. Around 3 a.m., my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "You saw me. Don't forget." I froze. The digits weren't local, just random numbers. I tried to call back. It went straight to voicemail. Every time I tried to sleep after that, I felt it. Watching. Always watching. I started noticing strange things around my apartment. Shadows where they shouldn't be, objects moved slightly, my reflection lingering a second too long before blinking. At first, I blamed exhaustion, paranoia, but deep down I knew what I'd seen wasn't human, and it wasn't confined to that road. A few nights later, I decided to confront it, or at least see if I could. I drove back to Hollow Creek Road under the cover of darkness, determined to prove to myself that it was just a hallucination. But when I reached the bridge, it was waiting. Standing in the middle of the road, impossibly tall, eyes glowing faintly red, arms stretched unnaturally, it didn't move. I felt my stomach twist with fear. And then the whispers started, low, guttural, inhuman, but somehow familiar. Calling my name, mocking me, promising it wouldn't let me leave. I tried to back up, but the truck wouldn't start. Panic flooded me. I leaped out, heart hammering, and ran into the woods, the fog wrapping around me like a living thing. The whispers followed, closer, deeper, as if moving through the trees themselves. I didn't look back, couldn't. Branches tore at my clothes and skin, but I ran, stumbling over roots and rocks until I found a small cabin, lights on inside. I banged on the door, terrified. An old man answered, eyes wary. I tried to explain, but he just shook his head and muttered, "You shouldn't be here. Never come back after dark." He didn't call the police, didn't seem surprised. Just let me sit inside until dawn. When the sun rose, I returned to my truck. It started without issue, nothing unusual, no trace of the figure. But Hollow Creek Road was empty, silent, unnervingly peaceful. I left immediately, driving back to the city. I never told anyone in detail what happened, knowing they'd think I was insane. Months later, I saw a news report. Another person had gone missing on Hollow Creek Road. Description: tall, pale, last seen near the same bridge. It wasn't the first, and judging by local forums and old newspaper clippings, it wouldn't be the last. I've tried to avoid that road entirely since then, but sometimes, late at night, when the fog rolls in thick and the radio goes dead, I swear I see those glowing eyes at the edge of the trees, watching, waiting. And I know, if I ever go back, I won't be alone. It never lets anyone leave once it chooses them. I moved states after that, trying to forget. But every dark, foggy night, I hear whispers in my apartment, low, guttural, calling my name. Sometimes when I blink, I see it at the window. Standing outside, impossibly tall, eyes glowing red, arms long, claws stretching, waiting. And I know, one day, it will come for me. Hollow Creek Road never forgets, never forgives, and it always gets its due. Story the end. It started on an unusually chilly October evening in a small town in upstate New York. I had just moved into a modest 2-bedroom rental house on the outskirts of town. The place wasn't fancy, paint peeling slightly at the corners, old linoleum in the kitchen, but it was cheap, and that was all that mattered at the time. I was 25, freshly out of college, working as a night security guard at a local warehouse, and the idea of living alone for the first time thrilled me. The landlord, a middle-aged man named Mr. Carver, had seemed nice enough. He gave me a brief rundown of the house's quirks. The furnace was old but functional, the pipes tended to creak at night, and there had been a few complaints from previous tenants about strange noises, though he waved them off casually. I didn't think much of it then. The first night was quiet. The house groaned as it settled, the wind rattling the old windows, but nothing out of the ordinary. I set up my bed in the larger bedroom, unpacked my few belongings, and tried to get some sleep before my first night shift. Around 2:30 a.m., I woke up to a faint tapping sound. At first, I assumed it was the wind or maybe the old pipes, but then the tapping repeated, slow and deliberate, coming from the kitchen. I forced myself out of bed, telling myself I'd probably just imagined it, and walked down the dimly lit hallway. The kitchen was empty. Nothing had fallen, the windows were shut, and the back door was locked. I went back to bed, shrugging it off as nerves. The next night, it got worse. I was sitting on the couch in the living room, watching a late-night rerun of a crime show, when I heard it again, this time louder, like someone lightly knocking on the kitchen counter. I paused the show, stood up, and walked slowly to the kitchen. There was nothing. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow move quickly across the far wall. I froze, heart pounding. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. The feeling that I wasn't alone washed over me like a wave, suffocating and cold. I told myself it was just anxiety, that living alone was messing with my mind. By the third night, the occurrences were becoming impossible to ignore. I woke up around 1:17 a.m. to the sound of soft breathing in my room. My bedroom door was closed. I had locked it before going to bed. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst. I lay perfectly still, listening. The breathing continued, slow and shallow, and then a soft whisper, "Why are you here?" I bolted upright in bed, flipping on the light. Nothing. Just my messy room, empty and silent. I convinced myself I must have been dreaming, though every fiber of my being screamed otherwise. The following week at work, I started noticing that I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. The warehouse was huge, mostly empty at night, but I kept catching glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, shadows darting between crates, tall shapes vanishing when I turned my head. My coworkers chalked it up to long hours and fatigue, but I couldn't dismiss the feeling. It was different from simple tiredness. It was a tangible, oppressive presence, like the air itself was watching me. When I returned home, the activity in the house escalated. Objects began to move. A pair of scissors that had been on the counter would be on the floor the next morning. My shoes would be in the hallway when I swore I left them in the bedroom. One night, my laptop, which I always shut down, powered itself back on in the middle of the night. The screen was black except for a single word written in a shaky red font: "Leave." I froze, staring at it, unable to comprehend whether it was a joke or something far worse. I didn't touch the laptop. The next morning, it was back to normal, no sign of anything unusual. I started researching the history of the house. Old newspaper archives revealed that 20 years ago, a family had lived there, a young couple and their 5-year-old daughter. One night, all three had died in the house under mysterious circumstances. Police reports stated that the parents had been found dead in their bedroom, and the girl's body was never recovered. The case was never solved, though there were rumors in town about occult rituals and dark practices. I tried to dismiss it as coincidence, but the details were too specific, too similar to the escalating occurrences in my own home. Things came to a head one night when I woke to the sound of my bedroom door slowly creaking open. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Standing in the doorway was a figure, indistinct, human-shaped but impossibly tall, its head tilted unnaturally to the side. I couldn't scream, couldn't breathe properly. It whispered again, more clearly this time, "Why did you come here?" The voice was like gravel, like it had been screaming for decades. I finally bolted from the bed and ran down the hallway. The figure didn't follow, but the house seemed to shift around me. The hallway seemed longer, the air heavier, colder. I ran outside into the October night, the wind biting my skin, and didn't stop until I reached my car. I stayed in my car for hours contemplating what to do. I couldn't go back inside, not after what I had seen. The next morning, I called Mr. Carver, intending to break the lease. His voice on the phone was casual, dismissive. "You're probably just spooked," he said. "Old houses have noises. The previous tenants, well, they had their issues too. Just relax." But I couldn't. Something in his tone made my stomach twist, like he knew more than he was letting on. I spent the next few days at friends' places, trying to convince myself that leaving the house was enough. But the experiences didn't stop. Objects in my car moved on their own, strange shadows appeared in the rearview mirror, and occasionally I'd hear the same voice whispering my name when I was alone. My friends suggested therapy, sleep studies, anything to rationalize it, but rationalization didn't help when something beyond explanation was trying to reach me. One night, I returned briefly to the house to collect some personal items, hoping to leave it for good. As I walked in, the air immediately dropped, thick and cold. I felt the presence before I saw it. A shadow detached itself from the corner of the living room, forming into a small, childlike figure. My breath caught. It was the girl. Her eyes were black voids, her mouth a jagged line, and she whispered in a voice that was too old, too hollow. "You shouldn't be here." I froze, unable to move. Objects around the room began to shake violently. The walls seemed to pulsate. I don't know how I escaped, but I did, sprinting out with my bags, never looking back. After that, I found temporary housing and tried to move on. But the experiences followed me. I would wake in the middle of the night to the faint scratching of nails on walls, whispers calling my names, fleeting shadows at the corners of my vision. It was always subtle enough to make me question my sanity, but the pattern was undeniable. Every night, I felt it closing in, testing the limits of my courage and my mind. Months later, I learned from the local news that Mr. Carver had been arrested. His past revealed a string of suspicious disappearances tied to houses he had owned over the decades. Neighbors reported strange noises, missing pets, and even missing people who had rented from him. The cases were scattered across the state, often unsolved, but the pattern was clear. He had a history of exploiting old houses with violent reputations, places with dark histories, almost like he sought them out. The chilling part? My name appeared on a list in one of the investigations, tenants he had been particularly interested in, ones who had lived alone, ones who had vanished mysteriously. I realized then that I had narrowly escaped something far worse than just a haunted house. Something had been drawn to me, and it had been allowed inside. Whether by Mr. Carver's design or some malevolent force tied to the house, I didn't know. But I understood that I had been under surveillance long before I even moved in, that the house and the landlord were part of a network, a series of traps designed to feed something I could never truly understand. Even now, I can't fully erase the memory of her eyes. The little girl who was lost but still present. The figure that had haunted the house before I arrived and didn't leave when I did. Every time I move into a new place, I check the windows, lock the doors, and listen for the faintest whispers. The rational part of my mind screams that it's all paranoia, but the scars on my psyche tell a different story. A few months ago, I received a letter in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single photograph, the living room of the house, exactly as it had been the night I fled, and in the corner, barely visible, the little girl was there, staring directly at the camera. Beneath it, scrawled in red ink, was one word: soon. I burned the photograph, tried to convince myself that it was just a cruel joke, but the unease never left. At night, when the wind rattles the windows or the house creaks and groans, I still hear it. The soft, hollow whisper asking why I came here. I've moved several times since then, across states, across cities, but I still get glimpses, shadows in the corner of my eye, soft laughter in empty rooms, fleeting images of that little girl. Sometimes I wake to see her standing at the foot of my bed, her black eyes boring into mine. And though I run, though I try to ignore it, I know that one day I won't be able to escape. I never speak of it to anyone outside of a trusted few. People would call me crazy, hallucinating, paranoid. But I know what I've seen. I know what's following me. The world isn't as safe as we like to think. Some things lurk in the old houses, in the shadows of ordinary life, waiting for the right person to notice, to open the door. Sometimes I still dream of the house. I see the hallway stretch endlessly, walls pulsating, shadows twisting into forms I cannot name. I wake in a cold sweat, heart pounding, and I know it is only a matter of time. The little girl is patient. She has been waiting for decades, and she will wait for as long as she needs. I've learned to live with it as best as I can. Windows locked, doors bolted, lights left on, but deep down, I know it's never enough. The presence waits, and sometimes, just sometimes, I swear I hear a knock at the door, soft and deliberate, accompanied by that gravelly whisper, "Why are you here?" It's been almost 3 years since I left the house, and the haunting continues in ways I cannot rationalize. I've considered moving overseas, abandoning my life entirely, but the thought terrifies me even more. Some force knows me, has chosen me, and I can't outrun it. I can only hope that by keeping my life as ordinary as possible, it will lose interest, though deep down, I know it won't. Every time I see a for rent sign outside an old, isolated house, I feel that icy dread claw at my chest. I know what waits inside. I know the shadowed corners, the rooms that seem empty but aren't. And I know, without a doubt, that if I ever return to that town, if I ever set foot near another old house like the one I lived in, the presence will be there, watching, waiting, patient. I tell this story not for sympathy, not for attention, but as a warning. Some houses carry their histories like scars that never heal, and some presences are patient, intelligent, and malevolent in ways we cannot understand. I escaped that house, but I carry it with me wherever I go, and I know with an absolute certainty that chills me to the bone that one day it will find me again. Story. The end. It was the summer of 2016 when my best friend, Tyler, convinced me to spend a few weeks with him in a small town outside of Eugene, Oregon. He had recently taken a job as a night security guard at a lumber mill that had been shut down for years, and the company wanted a presence on site to prevent vandalism and theft. The money was good, and Tyler had the place to himself most nights. So when he told me there was an extra trailer on the property I could crash in, I thought, why not? I needed a break from the city anyway. The first few days were quiet, almost too quiet. The mill sat at the end of a long dirt road that wound through dense pine forest, the kind where you could lose all sense of direction if you wandered too far. The main building was massive, with corrugated metal walls that had turned orange with rust, and a tall water tower standing like a silent sentinel above it all. At night, when the wind picked up, the whole place seemed to groan and breathe like something alive. Tyler's job was simple: walk the perimeter a few times a night, check that the gates were locked, make sure no one was breaking in. I tagged along during his rounds, flashlight in hand, the beam cutting through the mist that rolled in off the hills after dark. The air always smelled like damp wood and decay. We'd joke about it, saying the mill was haunted, but it never felt like a joke. The place had a heaviness to it, like the air itself didn't want you there. On our fourth night, something changed. Around 2 a.m., Tyler went to do his final round while I stayed in the trailer. I was half asleep when I heard him come back, but it wasn't Tyler's voice that called my name. It was a whisper, soft and drawn out, just outside the window near my bed. Eli. It was too quiet to be him. He always made a racket when he came back, slamming doors and singing to himself. This voice was different, low, almost pleading. I sat up, my heart racing, and peeked through the blinds. The yard was empty. The only light came from the distant flood lamp near the mill entrance, flickering every few seconds. I told myself I was dreaming, that it was just the wind, but I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I told Tyler about it. He laughed at first, but when I described the voice, the way it said my name, his expression changed. "You heard it too?" he asked quietly. My stomach dropped. He told me that 2 nights before I arrived, he'd heard something similar. He'd been near the old saw building when someone whispered his name from inside. When he went in to check, there was no one there, but he could still feel breath on his neck, like someone was standing right behind him. He hadn't mentioned it because he didn't want to freak me out. We both tried to laugh it off again, but the tension lingered. That night, we decided to do the rounds together. Around midnight, the mist rolled in thick, so heavy that even with our flashlights, visibility dropped to a few feet. The sound of our boots crunching on gravel was the only thing grounding us in that endless gray. Halfway through the patrol, we reached the storage yard behind the mill, where stacks of lumber sat under tarps. Tyler stopped suddenly, holding up his hand. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. At first I didn't. Then it came again, a rhythmic tapping like metal against wood. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the far end of the yard. We moved closer, slowly, lights sweeping the fog. As we got near one of the stacks, the tapping stopped. The silence that followed was so complete it made my skin crawl. Then something moved behind the pile. "Who's there?" Tyler called out, his voice trembling slightly. No answer. We circled around the stack, and that's when I saw it. A shape, crouched low, humanoid but wrong. Its limbs were too long, its back arched in a way no person's should be. The beam of my flashlight caught its face for half a second, and I swear it had no eyes, just deep, hollow sockets that seemed to swallow the light. I screamed. Tyler grabbed my arm, and we both bolted back toward the office building, back not daring to look behind us. Once inside, we slammed the door and locked it. For a long time, neither of us said a word. Then, from outside, we heard the tapping again. This time it was on the metal siding of the building itself. Tap, 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 tap. Slowly circling us, we stayed there until dawn, both gripping our flashlights like weapons. When the sun came up, we searched the yard. Nothing. No tracks, no sign of anyone or anything having been there. But the metal siding was different. In several places, the paint was stripped away, revealing long, thin scratches, almost like claw marks. That day, we both tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe our minds were playing tricks on us in the fog. But when night came again, neither of us wanted to do the rounds. Tyler eventually forced himself to go out, saying we couldn't just sit inside all night, and I reluctantly followed. We made it through the first half of the shift without incident. Then, around 3 a.m., the power cut out. Every light on the property went dark, leaving only our flashlights and the pale glow of the moon through the mist. The air went dead silent. Even the crickets stopped. Then we heard it again. The voice. This time it said both our names, slowly. Tyler, Ely. It came from everywhere and nowhere all at once, echoing through the fog. Tyler swung his light in every direction, panic in his voice as he shouted for whoever it was to come out. Then, from behind us, a faint laugh. Low, guttural, wet. We turned, and there it was again. The same thing before, standing upright this time, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. Its mouth hung open, but there were no teeth, no tongue, just a dark hollow where its jaw should have been. I remember the sound it made. Not a growl, not a scream, but something in between, like air being forced through a broken pipe. Tyler raised his flashlight and took a step toward it, but before he could say anything, the creature lunged forward, impossibly fast. The beam of light went wild as I stumbled back, falling hard onto the gravel. There was a flash of movement, a scream. Tyler's, and then silence. I scrambled to my feet, shining the flashlight wildly, but he was gone, just gone. No trace of him, no blood, no footprints, nothing. I ran back to the office, locked the door, and hid under the desk until sunrise. When the workers arrived later that morning, they found me there, shaking, barely able to speak. The police came. They searched the entire property for days. No sign of Tyler. They said he must have fallen into one of the old drainage pits in the woods, that maybe an animal got him. But I know that's not what happened. They found his flashlight a week later, half a mile from the mill, lying in the middle of the road. The glass was cracked, and the handle was bent like it had been crushed in someone's fist. After that, I left Oregon. I couldn't sleep for months. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that face, or the absence of it. I heard that voice. But the worst part came later. It was almost a year after I'd left when I started getting phone calls late at night. The number was always blocked, and when I answered, there'd be silence. Then, faintly, that same whisper. Eli. I changed my number 3 times. The calls kept coming. Last month, I moved again. New city, new apartment. I don't tell anyone where I live. I keep all the lights on at night. But last week, when I came home from work, there were muddy footprints leading up to my door. Long, narrow, barefoot prints. They stopped right at the welcome mat. I told myself someone was messing with me, but last night I woke up around 2:30 a.m. to the sound of tapping on the window beside my bed. Slow, steady, tap, tap, tap. When I finally gathered the courage to pull back the curtain, there was nothing there. Just the dark street below. But when I looked closer at the glass, I could see faint smudges, fingerprints. 5 long, thin ones pressed against the window from the outside, even though I live on the 3rd floor. I don't sleep anymore. I don't dream. I just wait for the tapping to start again. And every night, without fail, it does. Story, the end. It was late August in rural Kentucky, the kind of heat that made the air shimmer and every night feel sticky and heavy. Jenna Miller had just moved into a small, rundown cabin she'd rented on the outskirts of a tiny town called Pine Creek. She'd grown up in the city and had come here to escape her past, to start over after a messy divorce and a string of bad roommates. The cabin was cheap, secluded, and exactly what she thought she needed: complete isolation. The first night, she unpacked quickly, lit a few candles, and tried to settle into her new space. The cabin was old, creaking with every gust of wind and groaning as the floorboards shifted under her weight. But that was normal, she told herself. Old houses creak. Old houses settle. Old houses whisper. It started with small things. A door she was sure she'd closed would be open when she returned to the room. Objects she left on the counter moved slightly, as if nudged by invisible hands. At first, she rationalized it. Maybe the wind was stronger than she thought. Maybe she was just forgetting. By the 3rd night, Jenna couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching her. She'd catch glimpses of movement from the corner of her eye, a shadow flickering across the wall, too quick and fluid to be just the candlelight. At first, she told herself it was an animal, a raccoon, maybe, or a stray cat. But then she heard it, a soft tapping, almost like fingernails against wood, coming from the living room while she sat in bed. She grabbed her phone to call the local sheriff, but the line was dead, not even a dial tone. That was when she realized there was no cell phone signal at the cabin either. Panic started to creep in, but she told herself she was being ridiculous. She was alone, tired, and scared in a strange place. On the 4th night, things escalated. Jenna was cooking dinner when she heard footsteps coming from the attic. The cabin didn't have an attic that was accessible, at least not that she had found. The steps were slow and deliberate, heavy, but soft enough that she couldn't tell exactly where they were. Her heart pounded as she gripped the knife she had in her hand, her mind racing through every possible explanation. The floorboards upstairs shifted, and then silence. She tried to ignore it, telling herself she was just letting her imagination get the better of her. She locked all the doors and windows before bed, leaving a small lamp on. But at 2:14 a.m., she woke to a cold draft brushing her face. Her bedroom door, which she had locked from the inside, was wide open. Jenna froze. She listened. There was a whisper, low and guttural, coming from the hallway. She couldn't understand the words, but the tone was menacing, patient. It seemed to stretch and contract with the rhythm of her racing heartbeat. Trembling, she grabbed her flashlight and shined it down the hall. Nothing. Just shadows. She went to investigate, step by step, the beam of her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The living room was empty. The kitchen was empty. But then she noticed something on the floor. Her keys, which she had left on the counter, were now in the middle of the hallway. She picked them up, her hands shaking so badly she dropped them twice. That night, Jenna barely slept. Every creak, every whisper, every subtle shift in the shadows made her jump. She considered leaving, but the drive back to the city was over an hour through winding country roads, and she was terrified of what might be waiting outside as well. By the end of the week, the situation had worsened. Jenna would wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of dragging, like someone or something moving heavy furniture across the floor upstairs, where there was no upstairs. Sometimes she would find her belongings rearranged, the coffee mugs from the counter stacked in a perfect pyramid on the table, her laptop open to a blank document with a single line typed over and over, "You can't leave." One night, around 1 a.m., Jenna decided she had to know what was happening. She grabbed a flashlight and descended into the small, dusty crawlspace beneath the cabin. The air was damp, musty, and smelled faintly of iron. She pressed forward, squeezing through the narrow space until she reached the back wall, and froze. On the wall was something etched into the wood, not scratched by tools, but seemingly carved by something that moved with deliberate intelligence. Words, uneven and jagged. Stay. The letters were dark, almost wet-looking. Jenna stumbled backward, hitting her head against a support beam, and scrambled out of the crawl space, gasping for air. From that night on, Jenna stopped sleeping in the bedroom. She set up a cot in the living room near the door and kept her flashlight and a baseball bat by her side. But no matter what she did, the feeling of being watched never left. The whispers continued, now almost constant, sometimes saying, "You can't leave," sometimes just gibbering in a language she couldn't understand but instinctively feared. The breaking point came 2 weeks later. Jenna had gone to the local general store for supplies, returning just before dusk. The road to her cabin was lined with thick trees, shadows stretching long across the asphalt. As she drove, she thought she saw a figure standing at the edge of the woods, watching her. It was motionless, featureless in the fading light, but unmistakably human-shaped. She blinked, and it was gone. When she got back to the cabin, she noticed the front door was open. She never left it unlocked. Her heart slammed against her chest as she ran inside. The cabin was empty, silent, but the smell hit her first, coppery, metallic, unmistakably blood-like. She followed the scent to the living room and saw her reflection in the old, cracked mirror. Only it wasn't just her. Behind her, in the reflection, a dark figure crouched, twisted, featureless, except for long, spindly fingers that reached toward her. She spun around. Nothing. The room was empty. The figure only existed in the reflection. Panic overtook her, and she ran to her car, throwing the door open and slamming herself inside. She started the engine, but it wouldn't turn over. The figure appeared again, standing behind the car, now visible in reality, not just the mirror. It didn't move, didn't speak, just watched. In sheer desperation, Jenna jumped out of the car, sprinted toward the road, and flagged down a passing trucker. The man didn't ask questions as she scrambled into the cab, trembling, sobbing, muttering about the cabin. He drove her into town, refusing to take her back. Jenna never returned to the cabin. She reported it abandoned to the local authorities, but they found nothing unusual. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, no evidence of any disturbance beyond normal decay from age and weather. They suggested she might have been imagining things, stressed from the move, or perhaps spooked by the isolation. But Jenna knew better. The nightmares didn't stop. She had recurring dreams of the cabin, the crawl space, the whispering voices, the dark figure with spindly fingers reaching for her. Sometimes she would wake in her apartment in town and find her belongings moved slightly, just enough to make her heart pound and her mind race. Years later, Jenna still avoids rural cabins. She sleeps with lights on, doors locked, phone in hand, always listening for the faintest sound of dragging or whispering. And sometimes, just sometimes, she catches a shadow in the corner of her eye, featureless, human-shaped, waiting. She knows now that some things, once they've found you, never stop watching. They don't care about city limits, distance, or moving away. They just wait, patient, until you finally realize that you will never be alone again. She tried therapy, medications, logic, reasoning, everything to convince herself it was her mind playing tricks. But deep down, Jenna knew the truth. Whatever had followed her from Pine Creek, it wasn't a hallucination. It was patient. It was relentless. And it would never let her go. Even now, in her apartment in Lexington, she sometimes wakes to the metallic scent, the hum of invisible machinery in the walls, the faint drag of something heavy just outside the door. And she knows that one day, if she lets her guard down, it will claim her completely. Story the end. In the fall of 2011, I took a job as a night security guard for a large office complex outside of Kansas City. It wasn't glamorous, but the pay was steady, and I liked the idea of quiet nights and minimal human contact. The building had been an old government research facility from the 1960s, converted into a mix of offices and storage units. The company that owned it used only the first 3 floors for active business. The other 4 floors, including the basement, were unused. The first night I clocked in, the day guard handed me a ring of keys, a flashlight, and a binder filled with log sheets. He was an older guy named Craig, and before leaving, he told me something that made me laugh, at least then. "Stay away from the basement after midnight," he said, almost jokingly. "The lights down there go weird, and sometimes the cameras pick up shapes." I assumed he was just trying to mess with the new guy. But that first week, I started realizing why he might have said it. The place was enormous, a maze of long corridors, echoing tile floors, and glass doors that reflected your own movements in ways that played tricks on your mind. My patrol route took about an hour to complete if I walked steadily, checking offices, stairwells, restrooms, and storage areas. Then I'd watch the monitors in the security office for another hour before repeating. Easy work. The cameras were old and grainy, with occasional static interference. Around 2:30 a.m. on my third night, one of the basement cameras flickered. I leaned in, expecting it to go black like it usually did, but instead, I saw what looked like someone standing just at the edge of the frame, barely a silhouette, motionless. I thought maybe one of the day workers had left something down there, or maybe someone was squatting. So I grabbed my flashlight and went to check. The stairwell to the basement smelled of dust and rust. The deeper I went, the colder it got. My breath started fogging by the time I reached the bottom. The lights flickered faintly, only half of them working. When I turned into the main corridor, I stopped. The basement stretched out ahead, lined with locked storage doors and old equipment stacked against the walls. But the air felt wrong, heavy, thick, like being underwater. I called out, "Security! Anyone down here?" Silence. Then a faint noise echoed from the far end, like someone dragging something metallic across the floor. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and started walking. The beam shook slightly with my heartbeat. When I reached the last corridor, I stopped again. A storage room door was wide open, even though I was sure all were locked on my last round. I stepped inside. It was mostly empty except for some old desks and filing cabinets covered in dust. Then I noticed it. A single chair in the middle of the room, facing the corner. It wasn't there before. I shone my light across the walls and my stomach turned when I saw faint scratch marks on the paint. Long, erratic lines that looked like someone had dragged their fingernails against the wall. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and went out. My heart pounded. I shook it, tapped it, nothing. The light from the hallway was dim, but I could see movement in the corner of the room, like a shadow pulling away from the wall. I backed up, my chest tight, every instinct screaming to leave. Then I heard it, clear as day, someone whisper my name. "Evan." I ran. I didn't stop until I was back in the security office, slamming the door shut. I checked the monitors again. The camera feed from the basement was gone. Static. Just static. The next morning, I told the supervisor what happened. He just looked tired and said, "Don't go down there again. That floor's supposed to be sealed off. You're not the first to hear things." He refused to say more. The next week, strange things started happening upstairs. Doors that I had locked would be open an hour later. The elevator would run by itself in the middle of the night, stopping on random floors. Sometimes I'd hear faint voices over the building's intercom system, static-filled murmurs that didn't make sense. Once, the name Evan whispered through it again. One night, about a month in, I was doing my patrol when all the lights on the third floor shut off simultaneously. Total darkness. The backup emergency lights flickered weakly. I took out my flashlight and called maintenance on the radio, but all I heard was static. Then the elevator dinged. I turned toward it. The doors opened, but no one was inside. Still, the floor indicator showed it had just come up from the basement. Against every ounce of my better judgment, I stepped closer. The air pouring out was freezing, far colder than the rest of the building. I felt that same wrong pressure in the air, like the basement all over again. I hit the button to close the doors, but they stayed open. Then, very slowly, the faint outline of a hand appeared on the inner glass panel, like condensation forming a print from the inside. I stumbled back and watched as the shape faded. That night, I quit early. I told the supervisor I wasn't feeling well and left. But curiosity got the better of me. The next day, I came back early during daylight and went straight to the records office to look up what the building had been before it became offices. What I found made my stomach drop. In the 1970s, the facility was used by a government agency for psychological experiments, something about sensory deprivation and isolation research. Several subjects were kept in underground rooms for months at a time. The reports said many of them went insane, claiming to hear voices or see people who weren't there. The project was shut down abruptly after an incident that wasn't fully described. Several participants were said to have vanished. The file ended there. After reading that, I understood why no one wanted to talk about the basement. I told myself I wouldn't go near it again. But 2 nights later, around 3 a.m., I noticed movement on one of the cameras. This time not the basement, but the first floor hallway near the lobby. A figure standing motionless facing the wall. I zoomed in, expecting maybe a reflection or glitch. But no, it was there. Tall, thin, and completely still. Its head turned slightly as if it knew I was watching. I grabbed my flashlight and gun and went to check, heart pounding so hard it hurt. The hallway was silent. Empty. But when I turned the corner, there it was, something standing just outside the glow of my flashlight. It wasn't fully visible, like its shape flickered, fading in and out. It moved, jerky, unnatural, like someone trying to remember how to walk. Then I blinked, and it was gone. I ran back to the security office. The monitors were all static now, every single one, even the ones upstairs. And then, through the intercom, I heard the whisper again. Evan. That was the last night I worked there. A few weeks later, I met up with Craig, the day guard who had warned me about the basement. He looked older than I remembered, worn down. I told him what I'd seen, and he nodded slowly. They tried to shut that energy up in the walls, he said. But it doesn't stay buried. Everyone who's ever worked here long enough, eventually it starts calling their name. He paused, then said quietly, You ever feel it follow you home? I laughed nervously, but he didn't. And then I realized I had felt it. Ever since that night. Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment, I hear faint tapping sounds in the hallway. Or I wake up around 3 a.m. and see a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision. It's been over a decade since then, and I still can't sleep in total darkness. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I hear my name whispered in that same hollow voice. The other night, my TV turned on by itself at 2:59 a.m., the screen flashing with static before displaying the building's basement hallway for just a second, clear as day. I moved apartments again last month. Different city, different state. I thought maybe it was done, that I'd left whatever was attached to me behind. But last night, when I came home from work, my apartment door was unlocked. Inside on the floor was a single key. A key I hadn't seen in years. It was from that building, the one to the basement door. And written in faint, dusty letters across my bathroom mirror were 2 words, come back. I don't know what it wants, but I know I won't go back. Still, I can feel it here. The air gets colder sometimes, like it's standing behind me. I see faint reflections in glass, something tall, unmoving. It waits patiently, like it always did, whispering my name softly when the lights go out. And sometimes, when I wake in the middle of the night, I hear the elevator ding from the hallway outside my apartment, though there's no elevator in my building. Story the end. It started the summer after my father passed away. I had taken a temporary job in a small Midwestern town, the kind where everyone knew everyone, where you could walk the single main street in less than 5 minutes. I was 25, broke, and trying to save money before moving to Chicago. The job was at a roadside diner off Route 19, a place that mostly served truckers and late-night travelers. The owner, a heavyset woman named Patty, offered me a cheap place to stay in an old house behind the diner. She said it used to belong to her uncle, but no one had lived there in years. The house sat about 100 yards from the diner, surrounded by dry grass and a few dead trees that creaked in the wind. It wasn't much. 2 bedrooms, a kitchen that smelled faintly of rust and mold, and a living room with faded wallpaper that peeled like old sunburned skin. Still, it was free, and after sleeping on couches for months, I wasn't about to complain. The first week passed without incident. I'd wake early, work the breakfast shift, then close up around 11 p.m. Most nights, the only sound was the buzz of cicadas outside and the faint rumble of trucks passing on the highway. But one night, after finishing a late cleanup at the diner, I noticed something strange. As I walked back to the house, I saw the living room light flicker through the curtain. I froze. I hadn't left it on. I was certain of that. I hesitated for a moment, chalked it up to an electrical glitch, and went inside. The light was off now, but the faint smell of cigarette smoke hung in the air. I didn't smoke, and the house had always smelled musty before. Never like that. I checked every room, telling myself it was probably just the wiring or my imagination. I didn't sleep much that night, though. Around 3 in the morning, I woke to a sound, soft, deliberate footsteps moving down the hallway toward my room. My body went rigid. The steps stopped outside my door. I lay there, holding my breath, heart pounding, waiting for the doorknob to turn. After what felt like an eternity, I must have drifted off again, though I didn't remember falling asleep. The next morning, I found something on the kitchen table. A single cigarette butt, burnt halfway, resting in a chipped ashtray I'd never seen before. I asked Patty later if her uncle had been a smoker. She looked at me strangely and said, "He smoked all the time. Why?" I told her about the light, about the footsteps, about the cigarette. She frowned and said, "You probably just found an old one. That place hasn't been touched since he passed in there." Passed in there. She said it like an afterthought, but my stomach twisted. "He died in the house?" I asked. "Yeah," she said, wiping her hands on a towel. "Heart attack. They found him sitting in his chair, cigarette still lit." I didn't say anything else, but that night I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured a man sitting in that old chair in the living room, smoke curling in the air as his heart stopped. Over the next few days, things escalated. Lights flickered constantly. The kitchen radio would turn itself on, playing static or old country songs that seemed warped like the sound was underwater. I'd wake up to find things moved around, dishes stacked differently, my shoes facing the wrong direction, the faucet dripping when it hadn't before. The real terror started one night when I was closing the diner. It was almost midnight. The last trucker had left, and I was cleaning the counter when I saw a reflection in the window. Behind me, standing in the parking lot, was a man, tall, thin, wearing what looked like an old plaid shirt and jeans. His face wasn't clear, just blurred, as if he were standing behind a layer of smoke. I turned around immediately, but the lot was empty. I tried to shake it off, locked up, and hurried to the house. As I walked through the front door, a sound greeted me, a low, rasping cough coming from the living room. I froze. The smell of smoke filled the air again. My hands trembled as I reached for the light switch, but before I could flip it, I heard the sound of a lighter clicking. Once, twice. Then, faintly, the smell of burning tobacco. I ran out of the house and didn't stop until I reached the diner. Patty was still there, doing paperwork. When I told her what happened, she went pale. She didn't say anything at first, then finally muttered, "You shouldn't have gone in after dark." That confused me. "What do you mean?" She sighed and sat down, looking at me with this distant expression. "My uncle, Harold, he used to say the house came alive after sundown. Said he'd see someone walking past the windows, always just outside the light. Said if you stayed quiet, you could hear breathing in the walls. Everyone thought he was crazy until..." She stopped, swallowing hard. Until he wasn't. I wanted to leave that night, but I had nowhere else to go. I convinced myself that maybe I'd imagined it. I told myself exhaustion was playing tricks on me. The following night, I stayed late at the diner again. I didn't want to go back to the house alone. Around 1 a.m., I finally decided to walk back, flashlight in hand. The air was heavy and still. When I reached the porch, I noticed something odd. Fresh cigarette butts scattered near the steps. My skin prickled. Inside, everything was dark. The faint smell of smoke clung to the air, stronger now, like someone had been sitting there all evening. I moved cautiously toward the living room, sweeping the flashlight across the walls. Then I saw it. The old armchair, the same one Patty had mentioned. I had never noticed it before because it was covered with a sheet when I moved in. Now, the sheet was gone, and the chair sat empty in the middle of the room, facing me. I should have left then, but curiosity rooted me in place. I took a few steps closer, and the temperature dropped so sharply my breath fogged. The flashlight flickered and died. For a few seconds, I stood there in pitch blackness. Then, from somewhere right next to me, I heard a long, slow inhale, like someone drawing on a cigarette. I froze, heart hammering. Then came the exhale. Smoke brushed across my face, acrid and warm. I bolted, crashing into the doorframe and sprinting outside. I didn't stop until I reached the diner again, gasping for air. The next morning, I told Patty I was done. I packed my few belongings in daylight and left that cursed house behind. She didn't argue. But before I drove away, she told me something that's haunted me since. After my uncle died, she said quietly, they found another body in the crawl space a few months later. No ID. No one ever figured out who it was or how long it had been there. I left town the same day, but I still think about that house, about the way the lights flickered, the smell of smoke, the sound of that breath. Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment now, I swear I catch a faint whiff of cigarettes. Once, I even found a single burnt butt sitting on my kitchen counter, though I've never let anyone smoke inside. Maybe it followed me, maybe it's just the memory lingering. But late at night, when the world goes quiet, I sometimes hear that same slow inhale and exhale near my ear, followed by the faint scratch of a lighter being flicked. And I know deep down that whatever was in that house never really stayed there. Story the end. It was the summer of 2018 when I first moved into the old duplex on Walnut Street, a quiet little neighborhood on the outskirts of Dayton, Ohio. I'd just gone through a rough breakup and needed a place fast, something cheap and quiet where I could keep to myself. The listing for the duplex was suspiciously low, $500 a month for a full unit, but I didn't ask questions. When I met the landlord, a soft-spoken older woman named Mrs. Jenkins, she just smiled too much and avoided eye contact. She told me the last tenant had left suddenly, but that the place was perfectly fine now. The duplex sat at the end of a long, cracked driveway surrounded by overgrown hedges. The paint on the siding was peeling, the porch sagged, and the house next door was empty. Inside, it smelled faintly of mildew and something else, something metallic, like old pennies. I ignored it. I told myself it was just the pipes or maybe the old wiring. I dealt with worse. My first few nights there were uneventful. The place creaked and groaned like any old house. The water ran rusty at first but cleared up. The only thing that bothered me was the basement. The door to it was in the kitchen, next to the refrigerator, and it had 3 heavy locks on it. I didn't have the keys. When I asked Mrs. Jenkins about it, she told me not to worry. It was just storage and had been sealed off for years. I let it go. But sometimes late at night, I'd swear I heard noises from down there, a faint thump or scrape like something moving. Around the second week, I started waking up in the middle of the night, always at 2:47 a.m. sharp. The first few times, I thought it was my phone alarm glitching. But when I checked, the alarm was off. I'd sit up in bed, disoriented, and hear what sounded like whispering. It wasn't clear at first, just a low murmur, as though several voices were talking over each other from somewhere far away. The sound seemed to come from under the floor. The basement. One night, I decided to record the noise. I set my phone to record audio and left it running while I pretended to sleep. When I played it back the next morning, my stomach turned cold. The whispers were clearer in the recording, and though I couldn't make out most of it, I caught one phrase distinctly, repeated twice in a hoarse voice, "Get out!" I laughed it off, told myself it was my imagination playing tricks, or maybe air moving through vents. But after that night, things began to change. The atmosphere in the house felt different, heavier. The air was colder, especially in the kitchen near the basement door. Sometimes when I'd walk past it, I'd feel something brush my leg, as though someone were standing too close behind me. Then, one morning, I woke up to find the basement door unlocked. All 3 locks were open, dangling loosely from the latches. I stood there, heart pounding, staring at the dark gap where the door was slightly ajar. I didn't open it. I couldn't. I just backed away, locked all 3 locks again, and left for work. When I came home that evening, the locks were open again. I called Mrs. Jenkins. She seemed annoyed. "You're imagining things," she said. "That door's been sealed for decades. No one's down there." "But the locks, they're old," she interrupted sharply. "Sometimes they pop loose. It's humidity." Then she hung up. That night, I barely slept. Around 3 a.m., I heard slow, deliberate footsteps coming from the kitchen. The sound of a single foot dragging behind the other, scraping against the floorboards. I lay frozen in bed, staring at my open bedroom door, my heart hammering so hard it hurt. The footsteps stopped. Then I heard the faint creak of my bedroom floor. Something was inside. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe properly. The sound grew closer until it felt like someone was standing right beside the bed. Then, as quickly as it started, it stopped. I stayed awake until dawn, too afraid to even look. When I finally mustered the courage to check, there was nothing there. No footprints, no open doors, nothing. But the smell, that metallic tang, was stronger than ever. It hung in the air, heavy and sour, like rusted iron. I decided to sleep with the lights on after that. But light didn't help. Shadows started showing up where they shouldn't. Long, misshapen ones that didn't match the furniture or my own silhouette. Once, while brushing my teeth, I noticed a dark figure standing behind me in the bathroom mirror. I spun around so fast I nearly slipped, but the bathroom was empty. My reflection looked pale and wrong, its eyes a fraction of a second slower than mine. By the end of that week, I was a wreck. I barely slept, and when I did, I'd dream of the basement. In the dreams, I'd be standing at the top of the stairs, looking down into the dark, hearing something breathing below. Then a whisper, "We're waiting." One night, I decided I'd had enough. I was leaving in the morning. I didn't care if I lost my deposit, I just wanted out. But that night was the worst. It started with a noise, something heavy falling in the kitchen. I jumped out of bed, heart racing, grabbed my phone, and crept toward the sound. The lights flickered as I entered the kitchen. The refrigerator door was wide open, its contents spilled across the floor. The basement door stood open too, wide open this time. A cold draft poured out from the darkness below. "Hello?" I called, voice trembling. "Who's there?" No response, just the soft hum of the refrigerator and that awful metallic smell, stronger than ever. I turned my phone flashlight on and pointed it toward the stairs. The beam barely penetrated the darkness. The stairs looked old and damp, the wood rotted in spots. I don't know what possessed me, but I started down. The air grew colder with each step. My breath came out in visible puffs. Halfway down, I heard it again, the whispering. Dozens of voices all around me, overlapping, murmuring things I couldn't understand. Then, one clear voice cut through the rest. "Stay." I turned and ran back up the stairs, slamming the door shut behind me. I locked all 3 locks, pushed the refrigerator in front of it, and backed away. My phone buzzed in my hand. I looked down, and my blood ran cold. The screen showed a text from an unknown number. It said, "You shouldn't have gone down there." I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch with the lights on, staring at the door, waiting for something to happen. Around 4 a.m., the whispering started again, but this time it wasn't coming from the basement. It was coming from right behind the couch. I felt a cold hand brush the back of my neck. I screamed and bolted out the front door, barefoot, running until I reached the end of the street. When I finally went back in daylight to grab my things, Mrs. Jenkins was there. She looked angry. "You shouldn't have gone down there," she said flatly, echoing the text. "It doesn't like to be disturbed." "What doesn't?" I demanded. She didn't answer. She just walked into the kitchen, placed her hand on the basement door, and whispered something under her breath. For a moment, the air shimmered, and I could have sworn I heard breathing from the other side. Then she looked at me and said, "You need to go. Now." I didn't argue. I packed my car and drove out of Dayton that same day. I never went back for my deposit. I never even told anyone what really happened. But sometimes, even now, when I wake up around 2:47 a.m., I can still hear that whispering, just faintly. And every once in a while, my phone lights up with a text from an unknown number that says, "Still waiting." Story the end. It started the way most nightmares do. Quiet, subtle, almost unnoticeable. Amelia had just moved into a small, older apartment in a sleepy town in rural Pennsylvania. The kind of town where everyone knew everyone else, but outsiders came and went with little attention. She had taken the job as a librarian at the local high school and moved here to escape the chaos of Philadelphia. Her apartment was modest, a second-floor unit in a brick building that had clearly seen better days. The floors creaked, the plumbing groaned, and the windows rattled when the wind picked up, but that was part of its charm. Amelia liked that it felt lived in, like the walls had stories they were holding on to. The first few nights were uneventful. Amelia unpacked, arranged her books, and fell asleep to the soft hum of traffic from the main road a few blocks over. But about a week after moving in, she began noticing small oddities. Items would be slightly out of place, her mug not where she remembered leaving it, a book on the floor when it had been on the shelf, the blanket on her bed folded differently than she remembered. She told herself it was probably her own absent-mindedness. She was new to the place, after all. Then came the sounds. First, it was just subtle, a soft creak in the hallway at night, the faintest scratching on the wooden floor. Amelia lived alone, and she told herself it was the building settling, or maybe a raccoon on the roof. But the scratching didn't sound like an animal. It had rhythm, almost like deliberate movement, pacing back and forth outside her bedroom door. One evening, around midnight, she was curled up with a book when she heard a faint whisper. She froze, straining to listen. "Amelia," it said. Her heart skipped a beat. She had never told anyone her name since moving in. She stood, shaking, and walked to the kitchen, calling out, "Hello?" No answer. The apartment was silent except for the soft hum of her refrigerator. She told herself she must be imagining it. That night, sleep did not come. She lay awake, listening to the creaks and whispers that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. At one point, she thought she saw a shadow move across the room, but when she turned on the light, nothing was there. Her mind tried to rationalize everything, but unease gnawed at her. Over the next few days, the occurrences escalated. Objects moved more conspicuously. Drawers left slightly open, books pulled from the shelves, furniture shifted subtly. The whispers became more insistent, though still soft, almost beckoning. Amelia tried recording the apartment with her phone, hoping to catch something tangible. The first playback revealed nothing unusual. The second night, she noticed a faint blur in the corner of her bedroom, a dark shape, almost humanoid, shifting behind the doorway. She blinked, and it was gone. Amelia confided in her friend Claire over the phone. Claire suggested she might be stressed from the move and new job. Amelia tried to agree with her, but deep down she knew it was something more. The presence was tangible, cold, and oppressive. It didn't belong in the realm of imagination. One night, she woke to find the bedroom door wide open. She was certain she had closed it before bed. A chill hung in the air, unnaturally cold, and she could see her breath. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to move of their own accord. She reached for the lamp, her hands trembling, and when she turned it on, the room appeared normal. But the sense of being watched didn't leave. The next morning, Amelia noticed scratches on the wooden floor, small, jagged marks leading from the bedroom to the living room. She had hardwood floors, and they were old, but she was sure she hadn't left them like that. Panic set in. She called the landlord, who assured her that no one had been in the apartment and that the building's maintenance team had not entered her unit. Amelia accepted the explanation for the moment, but felt the pit of unease deepen. That night, the whispers became words, clear enough to understand. "Amelia, come with me." Her bed shook slightly as if someone had pressed against it, but she was alone. She tried to scream, but her voice caught in her throat. She grabbed a heavy candle holder from the nightstand, ready to strike anything that emerged from the shadows. The air in the room felt thick, almost suffocating. She backed into the corner, waiting for whatever was there to reveal itself. Hours passed, but no figure appeared. The apartment eventually returned to its normal quiet. Shaking, Amelia slept fitfully, leaving lights on, doors locked, and every reflective surface covered. The next morning, she discovered the words, "I see you," written in condensation on the bathroom mirror. She screamed aloud this time, finally breaking the fragile veneer of normalcy she had tried to maintain. Amelia began researching the building's history and discovered that decades ago, a tenant had died mysteriously in her unit. Rumors suggested foul play, though no one had ever been charged. Some locals whispered about the apartment being cursed, haunted, or simply a locus for something that didn't belong in the living world. Amelia wasn't sure what she believed, but the reality of her nightly experiences left no room for doubt. She tried leaving, staying with friends, but the presence followed. Even outside the apartment, she felt eyes on her back, shadows brushing the edges of her vision. When she returned home, the scratching and whispers resumed almost immediately, louder and more insistent. Every mirror seemed to reflect a pale, hunched figure standing behind her, eyes black and hollow, mouth twisted into a smile that didn't reach its eyes. Amelia's sleep deprivation worsened, and she became increasingly isolated. Coworkers noticed her erratic behavior, but she couldn't bring herself to explain. How could she? Who would believe her? Every attempt to photograph or record the entity yielded only static, shadows, or faint blurs, never the clear, undeniable figure she saw every night. Months passed, and Amelia adapted to the terror as best she could, creating barriers, locks, cameras, candles, ritualistic lines of salt. None of it mattered. The entity ignored them all. It existed outside the rules of reality, beyond reason. And every night the whispers came, always calling her name, promising something she couldn't resist, something that would end the waking nightmare but at an unknown cost. One evening, Amelia was so exhausted that she didn't bother covering mirrors or turning on lights before bed. As she drifted into uneasy sleep, the darkness in the room thickened, crawling along the walls and ceiling like liquid shadow. It pressed down on her chest, chilling her bones, and she felt the figure lean close, whispering directly into her mind, "You belong to me now." Amelia woke in a cold sweat, her heart racing. She looked around, but the room was empty. Every mirror was shattered, the shards scattered across the floor. The air still vibrated with the sense of being watched. She realized she could never leave, never truly be free. The presence wasn't tied to the apartment, it had attached itself to her. Wherever she went, it would follow, whispering, watching, scratching, waiting for the moment it could claim her completely. Years later, Amelia lived alone, the apartment almost entirely empty except for a bed, some essentials, and her books, which she had piled high against the walls to block reflections. She slept with the lights on, cameras rolling, doors bolted, but the scratches continued, the whispers never ceased. Friends no longer visited, terrified by her stories and the palpable aura of dread that seemed to cling to her. She had become a ghost in her own life, haunted not by a memory or a loss, but by something living, something patient, something eternal. Every night, the same routine repeated. The whispers, the scratches, the figure appearing in reflections, the thick shadow pressing against her chest, and every night Amelia knew she could do nothing to stop it. Sleep became a weapon she couldn't wield. Fear became her constant companion, and reality itself bent around the entity's will. She was trapped, forever aware of its presence, forever at the mercy of something that didn't belong in the natural world. Amelia had learned one undeniable truth. Some things are not meant to be seen, not meant to be confronted, and not meant to be fought. Some things exist simply to follow, to whisper, to wait, and to claim. And no matter what she did, no matter where she went, it was there, watching, whispering, relentless, eternal. Story, the end. It was late autumn when I moved to a small town in northern Oregon, a place called Silverbrook, surrounded by thick woods and narrow, twisting roads that always seemed slick from the constant drizzle. I'd taken a job as a maintenance technician at a local hydroelectric plant, a quiet, low-pressure gig that seemed perfect after a rough breakup and a burnout from city life. The town had one grocery store, one diner, and a single bar that closed by midnight. It was the kind of place that looked peaceful from the outside, but carried a silence that didn't feel entirely natural. I rented a small one-story cabin about a mile from the edge of the forest. It had no close neighbors, just an old dirt road leading to a field that stretched toward the trees. My landlord, a woman named Gloria, was friendly but strange. When she gave me the keys, she told me to stay inside when the fog rolls down from the ridge. I laughed at first, thinking it was a local superstition, but she didn't smile. She just repeated herself, her voice quieter that time. "I mean it." The first few weeks passed uneventfully. I worked at the plant during the day, checking turbines and repairing wiring, then spent my evenings reading or watching movies. The isolation felt peaceful at first. The only sounds were the wind through the pines and the faint hum of the dam down the valley. But then the fog came. It was a Tuesday night, just past 10 p.m. I was cleaning up dinner when I noticed the mist creeping across the field outside. It wasn't normal fog. It rolled in unnaturally fast, swallowing the road and trees within minutes. The air grew cold enough for my breath to show indoors. I remembered Gloria's words and locked the doors, laughing nervously at my own superstition. But then I heard it. A low, steady knocking on the back door. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 more. I froze, the plate in my hand slipping into the sink. My first thought was that it might be a neighbor, but I didn't have any. I approached slowly, peering through the small window above the sink. Nothing. The fog was so thick I couldn't even see the porch light. Then came the sound again. Knuckles against wood, this time closer, harder. I turned off all the lights, standing still, listening. The knocks moved to the front of the house, then to the side door. Always 3 at a time. I stayed perfectly still, heart pounding. After a while, the noises stopped. I didn't sleep that night. By morning, the fog had lifted and everything looked normal again. I checked outside, no footprints, no sign that anyone had been there. I convinced myself it was just an animal, maybe a branch hitting the house in the wind. But something deep in me didn't believe that. A few nights later, it happened again. This time I was ready. When I heard the knocking, I grabbed my flashlight and moved toward the back window, careful not to make a sound. The fog was even thicker than before, and as I scanned the yard, I saw something move, just a flicker of a shape near the edge of the field. I shined the light toward it and froze. Someone was standing there, not walking, not swaying, just standing perfectly still at the tree line. They were tall, dressed in something dark, maybe a long coat, but their face was completely obscured by the fog. I shouted out, asking who they were. No response. They didn't move. After a few seconds, I killed the flashlight and backed away from the window. The knocking didn't come that night, but I didn't sleep either. At work the next day, I told one of my coworkers, a guy named Dennis, about what happened. He just looked at me for a long time, then said quietly, "You live near the ridge, right?" When I nodded, he sighed and told me not to go outside at night. When I pressed him for details, he shook his head. "Just listen when people tell you that around here. People have gone missing in that fog. Don't ask too much about it." I wanted to believe it was a joke, but there was something in his voice that told me he meant it. That weekend, I decided to install a few motion cameras around the property, one facing the back porch, one near the shed, and one covering the road. I needed to know what was happening. For 2 nights, nothing unusual appeared. Just raccoons, a deer, normal stuff. Then on the third night, I woke up to the sound of static coming from the monitor feed. The back camera had gone fuzzy. I leaned closer, trying to adjust the signal, and for a brief second I saw movement, something tall and thin moving through the fog toward the house. Then the feed cut out completely. My phone buzzed with a motion alert. I opened the app and a grainy still image froze my blood. There was a figure standing at the back steps, head tilted, body blurred by the mist. The timestamp said 2:14 a.m. I ran to the window. Nothing. Just the white wall of fog pressing against the glass. I checked the locks, every one of them, then sat on the couch until sunrise, clutching a kitchen knife like an idiot. In the morning, the fog was gone again. I went outside to check the cameras. The one facing the field had been ripped clean off the mount. The other two were intact, but the footage was corrupted, just hours of static. When I checked the ground, there were faint footprints leading from the trees toward the house. They weren't normal footprints, though. The toes were long, thin, and too evenly spaced, like something between a person and an animal. That was when I called the police. The deputy who came out was polite enough, but I could tell he didn't believe a word of it. He said the fog messes with perception, that people see shapes in it. When I showed him the photo, he frowned and handed my phone back without saying a word. "Stay inside when it's foggy," he muttered as he left. It sounded less like advice and more like a warning. That night, I called Gloria. She didn't pick up. I left a message asking if anything strange had happened on the property before. No response. I called again the next day. Her number had been disconnected. Days passed. I tried to ignore the unease. But then, late one night, I woke up to the sound of my front door creaking open. I hadn't heard any knocking this time, just the door swinging on its hinges. I grabbed my flashlight and crept through the living room. The door was open a few inches. My stomach dropped when I noticed the fog had rolled in again, thick and heavy. I was sure I'd locked it. As I reached out to close the door, something moved just beyond the porch steps. A pale hand, long and thin, gripped the edge of the wooden railing. Then another. A head began to rise from the fog, the outline of a face taking shape. My flashlight flickered, and for a split second I saw it clearly. Skin too smooth, eyes completely white, mouth wide open as if screaming, though no sound came out. I slammed the door and locked it, then ran to the bedroom, barricading myself inside. For the rest of the night, the knocking came back, over and over from every side of the house. Sometimes it was followed by the faint scratching of nails on glass. When dawn finally came, I found muddy handprints all over the windows and doors, too many to count. Some were human-sized. Some weren't. I called off work and drove into town. At the diner, I asked one of the older locals, a man named Albert, if he'd ever heard of anything strange near the ridge. He stared at me for a long time before answering. There used to be a family that lived up there. The Reddicks. about 40 years ago. Whole lot of them vanished one night when the fog came in. Folks say they still wander it, looking for anyone who doesn't stay inside. I asked if anyone had ever seen them. He hesitated. They don't always look the same. Sometimes they look human, sometimes not. That night, I packed a bag and decided to leave. I didn't care about the lease, the job, any of it. I just wanted out. The fog hadn't rolled in yet, and I thought if I left quickly, I could beat whatever this was. But when I started the truck, the radio came alive with static. Then through the noise, I heard my own voice. "Don't leave," it whispered. "We're waiting." I shut off the radio, heart pounding. I floored the gas pedal driving toward the highway, but the farther I went, the more the landscape seemed to change. The trees grew closer, denser, until the road disappeared entirely. I turned around. The headlights illuminated only the fog. Then I saw the cabin again, right in front of me, though I'd driven miles away. The lights in the house were on. I hadn't left them that way. I stumbled out of the truck, screaming into the fog, demanding to know what was happening. That's when I heard it again, the knocking. 3 times, slow and deliberate. This time it came from behind me. I turned, and there they were. Figures emerging from the mist. Dozens of them, faces pale and empty, mouths hanging open in silent screams. They moved toward me in jerky, unnatural motions, as though their bones bent the wrong way. I ran. I don't even remember unlocking the door. I just remember collapsing inside, slamming it shut, and hearing the sound of hundreds of hands clawing against the wood. I don't remember much after that. When I woke, it was daylight. The fog was gone. Everything looked untouched, like nothing had happened. But when I checked my phone, I found dozens of photos I hadn't taken. Pictures of me sleeping, me standing at the door, me staring into the fog. In every photo, there was a figure standing just behind me, blurred and smiling. That was 3 weeks ago. I haven't left the house since. The fog comes almost every night now, thicker than before. Sometimes I hear voices outside calling my name. Sometimes they sound like people I used to know. Sometimes they sound like me. I've boarded the windows, locked the doors, done everything I can. But I know it's only a matter of time. They're patient, they wait. And when the fog comes again, I don't think it'll pass this time. I think it's come to stay. If anyone finds this, don't come looking for Silverbrook. Don't try to find the ridge. The town's not on any real map anymore. Maybe it never was. Maybe it's something else entirely, something that pretends to be a place just long enough to lure people in. The fog is rolling in now. I can hear the knocking again, 3 times, then silence. I know what comes next. Story the end. It started the moment Jenna Martin moved into her first apartment on the outskirts of Buffalo, New York. She had just graduated college and was excited to finally have a place of her own. A small 1-bedroom unit in a building that looked ordinary from the outside, but had an unsettling quiet about it that she didn't notice at first. The first night, the apartment seemed perfect. Everything was in order, clean, and even smelled faintly of lemon from a previous tenant. Jenna unpacked the few boxes she had brought, made herself some dinner, and watched TV until she fell asleep. Around 1:46 a.m., she woke to the sound of soft tapping coming from the living room. At first, she thought it was rain hitting the window, but when she sat up and listened, she realized the sound was coming from inside the apartment. A slow, deliberate tapping, almost like someone was drumming their fingers on the wall. She hesitated, then convinced herself it was nothing. Old buildings creak and groan, pipes make noises at night. She lay back down, but sleep didn't come easily. The tapping returned in bursts, followed by faint whispers she couldn't make out. They seemed to float from the hallway, low and indistinct, almost like they were carried on the air itself. By the second night, Jenna started noticing little things out of place. Her shoes were moved slightly from where she'd left them. A chair she was sure she had pushed under the kitchen table was slightly askew, and once her phone wasn't on the nightstand where she had put it. She chalked it up to forgetfulness or absent-mindedness. But a creeping unease began to settle over her. On the third night, the noises escalated. The tapping became scratching, more aggressive, like nails raking across the wooden floor. It moved from the living room toward the bedroom. Jenna hid under the covers, trembling, convinced someone had broken in. She didn't have a weapon, and she wasn't sure she could call for help without sounding insane. The scratching stopped abruptly, replaced by silence that pressed down on her like a physical weight. She installed a small camera in the corner of her bedroom. She told herself it was just for peace of mind, a precaution, but deep down she hoped it would prove nothing was happening, that it was all in her head. For a few nights, the camera recorded nothing unusual. Then, at exactly 2:03 a.m. one morning, it captured something impossible. A figure appeared in the corner of her bedroom. It was tall, impossibly thin, with long, spindly limbs and a head that seemed slightly too large. Its face was pale and featureless, a smooth expanse where eyes, nose, and mouth should have been. It didn't move quickly. Instead, it glided silently across the floor toward her bed. Jenna couldn't see it in real time. She only realized what had been there when she reviewed the footage the next morning. Terrified, she called the building management. They seemed dismissive, citing old pipes and the creaking of the building. They offered no explanation, no reassurance. Jenna decided to take matters into her own hands. She researched the history of the building, digging through public records, old newspaper archives, anything that might explain what she was experiencing. What she found was disturbing. The building had been constructed in the late 1800s. It had a long history of unexplained disappearances, tenant complaints, and even a few deaths that were never fully explained. One tenant, a woman named Lillian Greer, had vanished without a trace nearly 40 years earlier. Neighbors reported hearing strange noises in her unit, whispers, footsteps, scratching, before she disappeared. No evidence of foul play was ever found. By now, Jenna's experiences were becoming more intense. She began seeing shadows at the edges of her vision, shapes moving just beyond her sight. Objects moved on their own. Books, dishes, a cup of water that she had left on the counter, now on the floor, shattered. Sometimes she would wake in the middle of the night to find the apartment rearranged, chairs stacked strangely, her bed pushed against the wall when she was sure she had left it centered. One night she woke to the sound of breathing in her bedroom. Slow, deliberate, almost deliberate in its rhythm. She froze, listening. The breathing stopped, then a faint whisper echoed in her ears. Leave. Her heart raced. She didn't move, didn't respond. She just lay there, pretending to be asleep, though every muscle in her body trembled. By the third week, the presence became more aggressive. Doors would slam shut when she was alone. She would see glimpses of the figure moving through the apartment, always at the edge of her vision. Once, while brushing her teeth, she saw it reflected in the bathroom mirror, a tall, featureless man standing behind her. She spun around. Nothing. She looked back at the mirror. He was closer now, silent, unmoving. Jenna tried everything, sage, holy water, even salt lines along the floor. Nothing worked. The presence seemed undeterred by any attempt to repel it. If anything, it became more brazen, appearing during the day when she was home alone, standing silently in corners, waiting. One night, desperate, she recorded herself speaking to it, hoping to understand what it wanted. She asked aloud, "Who are you? What do you want?" The reply came not in words, but in action. The lights flickered violently. The walls seemed to pulse, as if breathing. When she played back the footage, she heard a whisper, faint but clear, "You're next." Jenna fled the apartment, moving back in with her parents temporarily, but the entity followed. She noticed subtle signs, the faint smell of damp earth in her bedroom, shadows moving at the edges of her vision, objects slightly displaced when she returned from work. It didn't seem confined to one location. It had attached itself to her. Over the next several months, Jenna became increasingly isolated, afraid to be alone. She would sleep in the living room with lights on, cameras pointed at every corner. Friends and family noticed her paranoia, her inability to stay in one place. They suggested therapy, medication, anything to alleviate her anxiety, but Jenna knew the truth. She wasn't imagining it. The final encounter occurred one rainy evening when she returned from work. The apartment had been empty for weeks, rented to someone else while she stayed with her parents. But the unit had been broken into, strangely clean, yet with signs of disturbance. Mud tracked across the floor, faint scratches along the walls. She entered cautiously, and as she stepped into the living room, the temperature dropped drastically. A shadow moved across the room. She saw it clearly this time. A figure, tall, impossibly thin, with a smooth, featureless face, gliding silently toward her. Panic surged. She ran, barely noticing the broken glass under her feet. The entity followed, its presence pressing against her mind, whispering unintelligible words promising pain and suffering. Jenna left Buffalo that night. She never returned. She rents short-term apartments now, constantly moving, always vigilant. She sleeps with lights on, cameras recording, doors locked from the inside. But she knows it follows. She feels it in the shadows, in the quiet moments before sleep, in the dark corners of rooms. Wherever she goes, it waits. Sometimes she wakes in the middle of the night to see it standing at the foot of her bed, featureless, silent, patient, watching, always watching. She knows one day it will be too late to run. Even now, months later, she can hear faint whispers when she's alone. And sometimes, just sometimes, a tall, shadowy figure appears in the reflection of a window or a mirror, vanishing when she turns her head. She knows it is real. She knows she cannot escape. Jenna Martin is haunted, followed by something ancient, patient, and unrelenting, and she knows that it will never let her go. Story the end. It was late September when I took the job in a remote part of Montana, working maintenance at an old state-owned property that had once been a psychiatric hospital. The place had been closed for decades, its history mostly erased from public record, but the state kept the grounds and structures partially maintained for legal reasons. I wasn't supposed to go inside the main building, just check the perimeter, keep the generator running, and make sure no trespassers had broken in. I thought it was easy money for a few weeks of solitude. I didn't know that what was inside had been waiting for someone like me. The first night was calm. The air was crisp, cold, the kind that burned your lungs just enough to remind you how far from civilization you were. My cabin sat a few hundred yards from the main complex, and beyond that, there was nothing but thick woods and miles of dirt road leading back to town. The nearest person was probably 15 miles away. That first evening, I made a fire, poured a beer, and thought about how quiet the world could be when you finally stepped away from it. But by the second night, the quiet didn't feel peaceful. It felt hollow. The kind of silence that made your heartbeat sound too loud, like it didn't belong. When the wind blew across the yard, it carried faint sounds from the hospital, the creaking of windows, the rattle of loose doors. At least, that's what I told myself they were. I tried to sleep, but woke around 2:30 a.m. to what I thought was someone calling out from the direction of the hospital. It was distant, almost like a voice carried on the wind. I sat up, listening. Nothing. Then again, soft, faint, but clear enough to make out a word. Please. I got dressed, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped outside. The night was pitch black. I swept the beam toward the hospital. It was a hulking shape against the trees, windows dark, roof sagging in places. I told myself it was just the wind, maybe a coyote, maybe my imagination. But then I saw movement, a flicker of something pale in one of the upper windows. I stood there for a long minute, waiting to see it again, but nothing moved. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat awake until dawn. By morning, I convinced myself it was just nerves. Isolation plays tricks on people, I told myself. I did my work, checked the generator, walked the fence line. Everything was normal until I reached the northeast corner of the property. There, half buried in dirt and overgrown weeds, was a child's shoe. Old, maybe from the 1950s. I found that strange, given that the hospital had been closed since the 70s. I tossed it aside and tried to forget about it. That night, I dreamed of the hospital. I was walking through long hallways lined with doors. Behind each one, I could hear whispering, dozens of voices, all speaking at once, too soft to understand but urgent, pleading. I remember opening one of the doors in the dream and seeing nothing but a dark room filled with water, rippling gently like something had just moved beneath the surface. When I woke up, the sound of dripping water was still in my ears. On the fourth day, I decided to go inside. I know I wasn't supposed to, but curiosity is stronger than reason when you're alone. I figured I'd just take a look, maybe get some pictures for my own interest. The main door was chained, but one of the side entrances had rotted away. I pushed it open and stepped into the darkness. The smell hit me first. Mold, rot, something sweet and chemical. My flashlight beam cut across broken furniture, rusted gurneys, and shattered glass. The hallways seemed endless, every doorway leading to rooms with old equipment, peeling paint and faded signs. Ward C, hydrotherapy, observation. The deeper I went, the colder it got, until I could see my breath. In one of the rooms, I found drawings on the wall, childlike scribbles, but disturbing. Faces with empty eyes, figures hanging from trees, words scrawled in red crayon that read, "Don't let them out." I was about to turn back when I heard it again. "Please." It came from down the hall, faint but distinct. I froze. The voice sounded closer than before. Against my better judgment, I followed it. The hallway opened into a large room with a row of rusted beds. On one of the beds, a figure sat, motionless, facing the wall. My flashlight flickered as I tried to focus. The figure was small, child-sized. "Hello," I said, my voice shaking. It didn't move. I took a cautious step forward, the beam trembling across the room. When I got closer, I saw it wasn't a person at all. It was a mannequin, head turned toward the wall, its arms bound with old restraints. Then the voice came again, right behind me. "Please help me." I spun around. No one was there. The light flickered again, and for a moment, the shadows on the walls seemed to stretch and twist. I ran. I didn't stop until I was outside, breathing the cold air, my heart hammering. After that, things started happening in the cabin. At night, I heard footsteps outside. Slow, dragging, moving around the cabin's perimeter. Sometimes they stopped by the window. When I'd look, there was never anyone there, but I could see impressions in the dirt the next morning. Small footprints, bare feet. The second week, I started finding things on my porch. A cracked doll's head, a rusted spoon, a faded photograph of what looked like a nurse holding a child. The child's face had been scratched out. I called the local sheriff's office. They said the land was known for trespassers and pranksters, that maybe local kids were messing with me. They promised to send a deputy by, but no one came. The following night, I woke up to the sound of someone whispering my name. The voice was right beside my bed, breathy, almost gentle. "Evan." I bolted upright and turned on the light. The room was empty, but on the wall, written in something dark, were the words, "You shouldn't have gone inside." That was when I decided I had to leave. But the road out was long and rough, and I had to wait until morning. I packed everything that night, keeping a flashlight on at all times. Around 3 a.m., the power went out. The generator had stopped. The silence was crushing. I sat in the dark, flashlight shaking in my hand, trying to convince myself not to look out the window. Then I heard it, the creak of the front door. Someone was inside. I stood up slowly, every instinct telling me to run. The floorboards creaked. A shadow moved across the doorway. "Please help me." The voice was right outside the bedroom door now. I aimed the flashlight. The door opened an inch. Through the crack, I saw an eye staring back, wide, glassy, unblinking. I screamed and swung the door open, but the hallway was empty. Only the faint smell of mildew and rot lingered. That was enough. I grabbed my bag, ran out to my truck, and drove. The dirt road twisted through the forest, my headlights catching glimpses of shapes between the trees. Halfway down, the truck's engine sputtered and died. No signal. No light except the moon. I sat in the truck trying to start it again when I saw her, standing in the road ahead. A little girl in a torn dress, hair hanging over her face. She raised her hand and pointed behind me. I turned, and through the truck's rear window, I saw movement in the trees, figures stepping out from the darkness. Dozens of them, some crawling, some dragging themselves. All of them pale, thin, their mouths opening and closing like they were trying to speak. I turned the key again, and by some miracle, the engine roared to life. I slammed the gas, swerving past the girl. In the rearview mirror, I saw her watching me, her face pale and empty. I didn't stop driving until morning. When I finally reached town, I went straight to the sheriff's office. They sent a crew to investigate, but when they went to the property, they said the cabin had burned down. No one knew how. The hospital itself was still standing, but they found the door sealed tight with chains. A few weeks later, I got a call from the sheriff. He said one of his deputies had gone missing after revisiting the site. His last radio transmission was a whisper, "Please help me." That was a year ago. Since then, I've moved 3 times, but sometimes at night I still hear the voice. When I close my eyes, I see that pale girl in the road pointing behind me. And sometimes when I wake in the middle of the night, I smell the same sweet chemical rot I smelled in that hospital. I can't explain it. I can't escape it. A few nights ago, I found a small dirt-caked shoe on my porch. It was the same one I found by the fence line a year ago. I threw it into the trash, but the next morning it was back, sitting neatly by my front door. Now, when the wind blows through the trees, I can swear I hear them calling again. The same faint, desperate word carried through the dark, please. Story the end. It started with a simple Craigslist ad. I was looking for a cheap place to stay near downtown Detroit while I worked a temporary contract job at an automotive parts supplier. The apartment sounded perfect. 2 bedrooms, old but functional, rent way below the market average. The ad said it was available immediately, and the landlord, a guy named Carl, seemed eager to rent it out. He said he'd lived there for decades and was just looking for someone to take over the lease. The apartment itself was in a rundown complex, a brick building from the 1950s with a narrow, cracked parking lot. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. Even in a city that never truly sleeps, this complex felt isolated. The hallways were dim, the fluorescent lights buzzing faintly overhead, and the air smelled faintly of mildew and something metallic. The unit was on the 3rd floor. Carl let me in himself and left me alone to look around. The place was sparsely furnished, but clean enough. The kitchen had the usual appliances, old but working. The living room had a thin, faded carpet and a single armchair in the corner. The bedroom I would take had a closet with a sliding door that squeaked every time I opened it. Everything seemed normal, except for the way the apartment felt wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. It was the kind of feeling like you're walking through a house that remembers every argument, every fight, every secret. I chalked it up to old buildings having character. I moved in the next day. The first night was uneventful, except I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I laughed at myself. I'd lived alone before. Paranoia was nothing new, but then the noises started. They were faint at first, a soft tapping, like someone knocking lightly on the wall behind the couch. I lived alone, so it didn't make sense. I thought maybe it was plumbing or the old heating system, so I ignored it. A few days later, I came home from work and noticed the living room chair had moved. Not by much, maybe a foot closer to the wall, but it was enough to make my stomach drop. I live alone. I know I didn't move it. I told myself I must have done it absent-mindedly. I checked the windows and doors. Locked. Nothing out of place. That night, I dreamt of someone standing at the foot of my bed. I woke up sweating, heart pounding. The room was dark, but I could make out a shape. Tall, thin, completely still. My first instinct was to scream, but my body wouldn't move. Then it vanished. I didn't see it leave. It just wasn't there anymore. The next day, I decided to call Carl and ask about the history of the apartment. He said nothing out of the ordinary had happened there, just the usual tenant turnover. I pressed a little, asking if anyone had ever complained about strange noises, feeling watched, things moving on their own. Carl laughed and said, "Old buildings make people feel that way sometimes. You'll get used to it." That didn't comfort me. Over the next week, the activity escalated. The tapping turned into a full-on pounding at night, mostly from the living room wall. I would wake up at 3 a.m., heart hammering, and the wall would be vibrating slightly as if something heavy was hitting it from inside. One night, I found the kitchen cabinets open when I was sure I'd closed them. The next night, my bedroom closet door was wide open. The hangers jostled as if someone had rifled through my clothes. I tried to rationalize it. Old buildings settle. I might be forgetting closing things properly. But deep down, I knew. Something was in that apartment, and it wasn't just the building settling. It was Saturday when I first saw it. I had been sitting in the living room, laptop open, headphones on, trying to drown out the anxiety. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement near the kitchen. I ripped off my headphones and froze. A figure, impossibly thin, hunched, almost skeletal, stood at the edge of the kitchen. It didn't move except for the head, which slowly turned toward me. Its eyes were black voids, and its mouth was a thin line, almost smiling. I blinked. It was gone. I thought I was losing it. Sleep deprivation, stress, paranoia. That's all it could be. But the evidence kept piling up. Every morning I would find things out of place. Chairs shifted, doors open, small items missing from the kitchen. One morning, my laptop was open, a Word document typed with gibberish symbols I didn't recognize. I tried talking to neighbors, but no one seemed to know anything. Most of them were older, quiet, kept to themselves. A few mentioned hearing strange noises at night, but they all brushed it off as city life. One night, I was awoken by a low, guttural whispering. It came from the bedroom closet. I froze, listening. The whispering was soft, unintelligible, but distinctly human. My rational mind screamed to run, but something rooted me in place. I finally grabbed a baseball bat from under the bed and swung the closet door open. Nothing, just clothes hanging limply. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, even in broad daylight. Shadows seemed to stretch in impossible ways. People on the street would glance at me strangely, some with fear in their eyes, others with recognition, as if they knew something I didn't. Then came the scratches, first small on the walls, then deeper, claw-like on my bedroom door. Each night they would get closer, as if whatever was in the apartment was marking a path to me. I started keeping a knife under my pillow, and I slept in clothes, shoes on, light on. I called Carl again, this time more urgently. He didn't pick up. I left voicemails, texts, nothing. Finally, I knocked on his door at the building across the street. No answer. The windows were dark. I felt an immediate creeping dread. I went around the back and saw a for sale sign leaning against the lawn. His car wasn't there. The entire building looked abandoned. Panic set in. I moved my stuff into my car and started driving to a hotel. On the way out of the parking lot, I noticed the third-floor window of my apartment. My window was open. I hadn't left it open. And standing in the window, looking down at me as I drove away, was the same figure I had seen in the kitchen. Thin, black eyes, smiling. I floored the gas. At the hotel, I tried to convince myself it was over. But the calls started. A scratchy, distorted voice on the line, whispering my name, laughing softly. My phone's screen would light up with messages I didn't send. Photos of the apartment taken from inside, showing me sleeping, sitting at the kitchen table, standing in the bathroom. I reported it to the police. They said the apartment had no current tenant and that the previous tenant had moved out months ago. No records of Carl beyond some vague rental listings. They checked the apartment after I left. No sign of anyone inside. No signs of a break-in, no figure. Just a faint smell of metal and the furniture slightly shifted as if someone had been there recently. I tried therapy, medication, moving multiple times, but the sense of being watched never left. Shadows moved in my peripheral vision. At night, I would hear the whispering, the tapping, the slow, deliberate footsteps pacing outside my bedroom door. I began to realize that whatever had attached itself to me in that apartment wasn't limited by space or location. It had followed me. One night, I was asleep, dreaming fitfully. I woke up to the feeling of cold fingers on my shoulder. I sat up. My bedroom was dark, the moonlight casting long shadows. I heard it breathing right behind me. I didn't dare turn around. I reached for my phone, but it was gone from the nightstand. The whispers started again, this time saying words I understood. You can't leave. You'll never leave. We've been waiting. I moved again, thousands of miles away. New city, new apartment, new job. I thought I was free. But on the first night, as I lay in bed, I saw a familiar shape in the doorway. A thin, hunched silhouette, black eyes, smiling. I screamed and bolted out into the hall. The building was empty, doors locked. When I returned, it was gone, but the air smelled metallic, the walls scratched in ways I couldn't explain. Months later, I tried to research the building, old newspapers, real estate records, online forums. I found nothing about any Carl. No record of tenants matching the descriptions of the people I had seen in the ads. There were rumors of a series of unsolved disappearances in Detroit dating back decades, some linked vaguely to abandoned buildings, some to short-term rentals, but nothing concrete. I began to realize that the story I had walked into was not just an isolated haunting. It was something older, persistent, something that fed on the living who were careless enough to enter its space. Friends stopped calling. I stopped answering. My phone would randomly light up with pictures of places I had never visited, photos of me asleep, me eating, me driving. They were taken from impossible angles. I started sleeping with my eyes open. The figure began appearing in other ways, reflections in mirrors, in the TV when it was off, in the rearview mirror of my car at night. Sometimes it would move while I wasn't looking. Other times it would just stare, waiting. I learned not to scream because screaming seemed to make it stronger. One night, I was driving home from a 24-hour convenience store run. The streets were empty, rain slicked and reflective. I saw it walking along the sidewalk, limping slightly, turning its head slowly to follow me. I swerved, nearly hitting a fire hydrant. When I looked back in the rearview mirror, it was sitting in the back seat, smiling. I lost everything eventually: friends, jobs, sanity. But the worst part is that I learned to accept it because resisting it seemed pointless. The figure was patient. It waited. It followed. And every time I thought I had escaped, I found that it had been with me all along, closer than I could ever imagine. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of Carl in my dreams. Not a real person, but a placeholder, a lure. "Move in," he whispers. "You'll see." I wake up to find my apartment door open, the furniture slightly rearranged, the metallic smell in the air, the scratches on the wall, the tapping, the whispering. It never stops. I stop trying to leave. I stop trying to call for help. I stop trying to explain. I just wait. And every night it comes closer, sitting at the foot of my bed, breathing slowly, smiling. I know it will never let me go. I know it has followed me across states, across cities. I know that every new apartment, every new place, every attempt to start over is just part of the game. And I know the truth now. Whatever lives in that building, whatever was pretending to be Carl, is not just in the apartment. It's inside me, waiting, patient, hungry. And the moment I close my eyes, it is there, smiling, whispering, watching, always watching. Story, the end. It started on a Friday evening in late October, the kind of night that carries the chill of approaching winter, the trees almost skeletal, the sky a bruised purple and gray. I had just moved into a small apartment in a quiet town in Ohio, something modest, cheap enough for me to afford while working two jobs. The complex was older, a blocky brick building with narrow hallways and creaky floors, but it was manageable. I'd been warned by the leasing agent that some of the tenants were a bit eccentric, but I didn't care. I had my own space, my independence. That was all I needed. The first week went smoothly enough. I unpacked, arranged my furniture, and settled into the rhythm of work and home. Nights were quiet, save for the occasional truck rumbling past on the nearby highway or a dog barking in the distance. It was normal, predictable, safe in a sense. It was the second Friday night when things began to feel off. I'd worked a long shift at the diner and got home around midnight, exhausted and eager to just crawl into bed. The hallway was dimly lit, the fluorescent bulbs flickering lazily. As I inserted my key into the lock, I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, something darting just beyond the shadows in the corridor. I froze. The hallway was empty. My pulse slowed once I convinced myself it was a trick of the light. Inside the apartment, everything seemed normal. I dropped my bag by the door, made a cup of tea, and tried to shake off the unease. But then I noticed something odd. The kitchen window, which I had closed and locked that morning, was slightly ajar. I could swear I'd locked it. The wind had picked up outside, so maybe it had been forced open, but nothing inside looked disturbed. I checked every lock, every window. Everything was secure. I dismissed it as fatigue playing tricks on me. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak, every rustle made me tense. At 3 a.m., I heard it, footsteps in the hallway outside my door. Heavy, deliberate, slow. I sat up in bed, heart hammering, straining to hear. Then came the scratching, fingernails long and rough, scraping against the wood of the door. I froze. My apartment complex had a reputation for being mostly quiet at night, and everyone knew everyone. "No one should be out here," I whispered. "Hello?" But my voice sounded fragile, swallowed by the darkness. The scratching stopped. The hallway returned to silence. I convinced myself it was a neighbor coming home late or a maintenance worker. I tried to get back to sleep, but I couldn't. My eyes darted to the door repeatedly, imagining shapes just beyond it, watching. When morning came, everything seemed normal again. I tried to shrug it off as anxiety, the stress of a new place and two jobs. But that weekend, strange things escalated. On Saturday, I found my living room furniture slightly shifted. Not moved enough to be alarming, just enough to be noticed by someone who had memorized every corner of their apartment. My laptop was on the floor, screen cracked. I lived alone. I had not dropped it. I started keeping a small journal, noting every weird occurrence, keys disappearing and reappearing in odd spots, lights flickering with no apparent reason, the faint smell of something burnt, even when nothing was cooking. And then the knocking started. Soft, low, at first like someone tapping with the tips of their fingers on the wall. But it didn't stay soft. Night after night it grew louder, more insistent, moving from wall to wall, floor to floor. Sometimes I could swear it was coming from inside the apartment, but there was nowhere for anyone to hide. By the third week, I was exhausted, sleep deprived, paranoid, constantly checking locks, windows, and corners. I confided in my coworker, a woman named Lisa, who lived in the same complex. She looked at me like I was insane. "You're probably just stressed," she said. "Old buildings make weird noises. The pipes, the floors, it's all normal." I wanted to believe her, but deep down, I knew something wasn't normal. One night, around 2 a.m., I woke to a whisper. Not outside, not coming from a vent or another apartment. It came from inside my own bedroom. The words were garbled like someone speaking through cloth, but I could make out a name. Jessica. My name. I froze, sitting upright in bed. The whisper repeated, closer this time, almost directly at my ear. My heart raced. I didn't move. Then came the shadow. Dark, fluid, crawling along the ceiling, spreading down the walls. It wasn't just a shadow cast by a tree outside. This was alive, moving independently. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body was paralyzed. The shadow hovered over me, pressed against the wall, and the whisper came again. Jessica. Louder, more urgent. I bolted out of bed, grabbed my phone, and ran to the living room. The shadow stayed, slinking along the wall toward me, impossibly fast, too solid to be a trick of light. I screamed, calling 911, but the moment I picked up the phone, it vanished. I was alone. Shaking, sweating, tears streaming down my face. I sat on the couch, clutching my knees, listening to the silence. The next day I tried to leave, but as soon as I stepped into the hallway, I felt it. Pressure, almost physical, pressing against my chest, slowing my heartbeat. I ran to my car, doors locked, and drove to a friend's house miles away, trying to explain what was happening. My friend didn't understand, and I couldn't blame her. Even as I spoke, the fear felt irrational. But rationality didn't stop the whispering at night or the sense of being watched constantly. A week later, I returned to the apartment. I had to retrieve some belongings. I walked in cautiously, keys in hand, ready for anything. The apartment was quiet, deceptively so. I collected my things quickly, avoiding looking at corners, walls, ceilings. But then, as I was about to leave, I heard it again, the whisper, my name. And this time, from the kitchen. I didn't know what possessed me, but I went toward it. My heart pounding, adrenaline surging. I swung the door open. Nothing. Just my kitchen. Empty. But the fridge was open. Inside, a small black twisted figure sat on the shelf, staring at me. Its eyes were pits of darkness, the rest of it a writhing mass, like shadows woven together. I screamed, and the figure lunged at me. But when I blinked, it was gone. The fridge door slammed shut on its own. I left that night and didn't return for weeks. I stayed with friends, switching jobs, trying to distance myself from that apartment and the shadow that haunted it. But wherever I went, I felt it. Watching. Waiting. I began to notice small things, objects slightly out of place, shadows flickering where they shouldn't, whispers when I was alone. One night, I tried to sleep at my friend's house. The whisper came through the window, faint but unmistakable. Jessica. I bolted upright, the sound coming from the street below. I ran outside, but the street was empty. A car drove by, headlights cutting through the dark, but no one was there. The whisper followed me inside, into the bathroom, even when I locked the door. By then, I was losing track of days. The sleep deprivation, fear, and constant vigilance were wearing me down. I tried therapy, medication, anything to quiet the terror. Nothing worked. The whispers grew louder, more articulate. The shadows started to take shape, forming faces, reaching hands. I began to see them not just in my peripheral vision, but in mirrors, reflections, even photos on my phone. One night, I fell asleep sitting upright in a chair, exhausted beyond reason. I awoke to find my entire apartment covered in black symbols, written with some kind of soot or ash. On the walls, the ceiling, the floors, everywhere. Shapes I didn't recognize, spirals, eyes, claws. And in the center of the living room, a small mound of dirt, perfectly shaped like a human body. I vomited, terrified beyond comprehension, and then the whisper, "You see me now." The mound shifted as if breathing, and I realized it wasn't dirt. It was flesh, or something that had once been. My mind snapped. I grabbed the first thing I could find, a broom, and ran out. I didn't look back. I spent months moving from one friend's place to another, never staying anywhere long. But the thing followed me. It didn't matter where I went. Every apartment, every hotel, every house, shadows, whispers, things in the corners of my eyes, always there, always calling my name. Eventually, I realized I couldn't escape it. No matter where I went, it knew my name. It knew me. The blackness inside the shadows, the whisper, the pressure, it wasn't just attached to a place. It was attached to me. I tried everything. Religious rites, cleansing rituals, salt, holy water, charms. None of it worked. The shadows became bolder, more aggressive. I started to see them in daylight, slipping across walls, bending around corners, crawling on ceilings. One even spoke to me directly, voice gravelly and wet. You belong to me. I became a recluse, living in near constant darkness, covering windows, avoiding mirrors. I quit my job, stopped contacting friends, stopped leaving my apartment for days at a time. Food was left at my door. I survived mostly on deliveries I never saw, never touched. Then one night, I woke to find my bedroom door wide open. I always locked it. The shadow was there, larger than ever, almost humanoid in shape. It stretched across the room, and I could feel it reaching for me. My body refused to move. I screamed internally, but my voice didn't work. The thing leaned closer, a smell of burnt hair and wet soil filling the room. You've ignored me long enough, it said. I understood it then. Not just understood, but felt it in my bones. It had been with me from the beginning, waiting for me to notice. Waiting for me to truly see it. The next morning, my friend found my apartment empty. Nothing left. The door locked from the inside. Not a trace of me anywhere. The landlord said the previous tenant months before had vanished under similar circumstances. I had no memory of leaving, no memory of how I survived. I never returned to that town. I never tried to reclaim my belongings. But sometimes, late at night, when I close my eyes, I can still hear it. My name, spoken softly, dragging itself across the air like smoke through a cracked window. Even now I feel it, watching, waiting, and I know somehow it's never far away. Story the end. It started the way most bad nights in small towns do, innocuously. I had moved back to my hometown in rural Pennsylvania after college, taking a seasonal job at the local convenience store just to cover bills while I figured out what to do with my life. The town, which I'd known my entire life, had the usual kind of small-town quirks. Neighbors who waved too much, the smell of the paper mill hanging in the air, and a general feeling that the world beyond the valley wasn't real. But nothing had prepared me for what would happen that October. The night started like any other. I was stocking shelves, sweeping the floors, and listening to a classic rock station on a scratched-up radio behind the counter. The store was small, maybe the size of a large living room, with fluorescent lights that flickered every so often. Around 10:30 p.m., a man came in. He wasn't unusual, maybe mid-40s, wearing a faded leather jacket and smelling faintly of cigarette smoke. What made him odd was how silent he was. No greeting, no small talk, nothing. He just walked up to the counter and put a pack of gum down. I nodded and began ringing him up. When I gave him the total, he handed me a $20 bill, and before I could open the register, asked if I had a back room. I paused, confused, and said, no, just the storage closet. He didn't answer. He just stared at me with these pale, sunken eyes that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. He left without saying a word, leaving the door swinging behind him. I remember laughing to myself nervously, brushing it off as a weird guy with a creepy look. That should have been my first warning, but I didn't know it yet. About an hour later, I noticed the store's front door swinging slowly. I wasn't expecting anyone else. It was late, and usually nobody came after 11. I walked over, and through the dirty glass, I saw him. The man was standing in the parking lot, just staring at the building. My stomach sank. There was something wrong about the way he stood, almost like he was waiting for me to notice him. I went back inside, locking the door behind me, trying to convince myself I was overreacting. By midnight, I was alone and uneasy. The fluorescent lights above me flickered more aggressively, casting long shadows on the walls. That's when I started hearing footsteps in the back of the store, the kind that don't match the rhythm of your own. At first I thought maybe it was the stock room settling, but then I heard the soft click of the storage closet door opening. I froze. The closet was usually locked, and I had the only key. Heart pounding, I grabbed the broom for some sense of security and slowly walked toward the noise. Nothing was there. The closet was empty, but the hairs on the back of my neck were screaming at me. I checked the registers and the aisles again, telling myself I must be imagining it. But then the lights flickered violently and a cold wind swept through the store. I realized the front door was open. I don't know how it got open. I distinctly remembered locking it. I ran to close it, but when I got there, there was a message scrawled on the dust-covered glass with a long, thin finger mark. I'm here. I couldn't explain it. I called my friend who lived a few blocks away, hoping he could come by. My phone, for reasons I still don't understand, had zero signal. As I hung up, I heard something move in the aisles, books falling off shelves, cans rolling across the floor. Then a whisper. I swear I heard my name being called from the storage room, slow and deliberate. Trembling, I opened the door, broom raised like a sword, and nothing was there. Yet the air was thick, like someone had been breathing right in my face. I decided I couldn't stay. I grabbed my coat, my keys, and ran out into the night. The parking lot was empty, and my car was where I left it. But I felt eyes on me, cold and persistent, from somewhere I couldn't pinpoint. I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the car. That's when I noticed something chilling. The man was in the back seat. I didn't hear him open the door, didn't hear the creak of hinges or the shuffle of steps. He was just there, sitting quietly, staring straight ahead, hands folded in his lap. I slammed the brakes, screamed, and opened the door, but the seat was empty. My hands were shaking, my vision blurred, but I drove as fast as I could to my friend's house. When I got there, I explained everything, trying not to sound insane. He laughed nervously, saying it sounded like a creepy urban legend kind of night. We waited together, drank coffee, and slowly calmed down. I told him I'd go back to the store in the morning with the owner, but that night I didn't sleep. The next day, the store was normal. No broken cans, no scrawled message, nothing. I chalked it up to sleep deprivation and nerves. The owner laughed when I told him, assuming I had been spooked. But that night, the feeling returned. Only this time, I was at home. It started with a soft scratching at my bedroom window. At first, I ignored it, telling myself squirrels or branches in the wind. But then I noticed something outside. A shadow, taller than any human should be, swaying slightly. I backed away from the window, heart racing, and went to the living room. Every light in the house flickered. I tried calling the police. Phone dead. The power went out completely. I looked out the window again, and he was there. Not moving, just standing silently at the edge of the yard, staring at me. I screamed, bolted to my car, and drove into town without looking back. I tried rationalizing it, maybe a homeless man, maybe a prankster. But the thing that terrified me was the eyes. They were wrong, empty in a way that didn't reflect light, like black holes, just staring. And I had never seen him before. He wasn't someone from the town. I knew everyone. For the next week, I couldn't sleep. Everywhere I went, I felt the same feeling, being watched. At the store, I began noticing subtle things. Shelves slightly rearranged, the smell of smoke where no one had smoked, doors left unlocked. And then the notes started. Small, unsigned, written on scrap paper. I see you. Don't go to bed. Night comes. At first, I thought someone was playing a sick joke, but the handwriting never repeated. The paper was always new, and there was never a sign of anyone delivering them. The notes appeared on my car, on the kitchen counter, in my mailbox. One morning, I found one on my pillow, underneath. I stayed awake that night, afraid to sleep. Around 2 a.m., I heard it, the sound of heavy breathing coming from beneath my bed. I froze, paralyzed with terror. The noise stopped, and then I heard the slow scraping of something moving across the floorboards. I didn't look. I didn't dare. I just grabbed a knife and sat on the couch all night, every sound echoing like a gunshot. Morning finally came, and nothing happened. But I knew it hadn't gone. It never went. Over the next month, things escalated. I began seeing him during the day, just standing across the street, motionless, staring at me. People in town claimed they didn't see him. Sometimes I would catch a glimpse of him in reflective surfaces, but when I turned, he'd vanish. I started sleeping in my car, driving aimlessly to avoid going home. Friends stopped calling. I stopped answering. I was alone, trapped in a nightmare with no logical explanation. Then, one night, the breaking point came. I was driving through the woods outside town, trying to escape the feeling that he was everywhere, when I saw him standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, swerving just in time to avoid him, or at least where he should have been. But when I looked back, he was inside the car, sitting silently in the back seat again. The doors were locked. I screamed, tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. I thought I was losing my mind. Then he whispered my name so clearly, so intimately, that it made my skin crawl. "You can't run from me," he said. His voice was calm, almost gentle, but I felt every word like a punch to the chest. The car spun out of control, crashing into a ditch. I blacked out. When I woke, I was in the hospital. The police were there, asking if I had been drinking. I told them no, explained the crash, and tried to recount everything else. They looked at me like I was insane. No footprints in the woods, no witnesses, no vehicle damage from another person. Nothing. Just me. Alone. I went home after being discharged. Everything seemed normal at first. Then I found a single note slipped under my front door. Just 3 words. "Still watching you." That night, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I packed my things and left town, heading south without a destination, without telling anyone. Every night on the road, I saw him, sometimes on the overpasses, sometimes at gas stations, sometimes just standing silently in the darkness, staring. No one else saw him, but I knew. He was always there. I never stopped driving. Years later, I returned briefly to my hometown, thinking maybe time would have dulled the fear. I went to the store, now remodeled, and everything seemed normal. I asked the owner about the man, showed him pictures of strangers in the parking lot. Anything. He shook his head. Never seen anyone like that. And yet, on the way out, I swore I saw someone in the rearview mirror, leaning against the corner of the building, watching. I blinked. Gone. I moved again, changed my number, my route, my routines, but he always found me. Mailboxes, shadows, reflections, the faint smell of cigarette smoke, the cold air brushing against my neck when no windows were open. Always there, always patient, always waiting. People tell me it's impossible, that I imagined it. I wish I could tell them they're right. I wish I could. The last time I saw him, I was at a diner in Ohio, eating breakfast at 5 a.m. The place was empty except for me, the waitress, and him, sitting in the corner booth, staring. He waved. Just a small wave, casual, like a neighbor greeting you over a fence. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run. But as I looked around, I realized the diner was empty. No other patrons, no traffic outside, just him. And then he whispered, just loud enough for me to hear, "You can't hide. Not anywhere. Not ever." I drove out of that town and never returned. I haven't stopped driving since. I sleep with the lights on, windows cracked just enough for air, doors locked, knives in reach. Every time I hear a car door click, a shadow move, a breeze in an empty room, I know it's him. He doesn't come to harm me. Not yet. But he's patient, relentless, and always watching. I have no answers, no peace. Every town I go to, I check over my shoulder. Every reflection, every passing figure in the corner of my eye makes me jump. I've stopped believing in coincidence. Some people encounter evil in flashes, in sudden moments. I live with it. I breathe it. I see it. And I know it's only a matter of time before he decides the waiting is over. Until then, I drive, I watch, I survive. And I know that no matter where I go, he will follow. Always. Story the end. It was late October in upstate New York, and the kind of night that seemed to press against the bones. I had moved into a small rental house on the outskirts of a town no one really seemed to remember the name of, a place sandwiched between dense woods and an abandoned strip of highway. The house itself had been empty for years, sitting behind a line of overgrown hedges that had only grown taller since it was last occupied. I was desperate for a cheap place to live after graduating college and landing a job at a logistics firm nearby, and the rent was half of what anything else in the area went for. I had driven past it in broad daylight and felt a pang of unease, but the desperation outweighed whatever instincts I had. The first few nights were quiet enough. The house smelled faintly of mildew and old wood polish. The floors creaked in predictable ways, and I chalked every sound up to settling. I had come prepared with a new bed, a couple of lamps, and a space heater that I kept humming through the night. The first strange occurrence was subtle. I had just finished unpacking a box of books when I noticed that one of them, a worn copy of The Stand, was on the kitchen counter instead of on the shelf where I had put it. I figure I must have set it down absent-mindedly and gone back to putting away other things. But then it happened again, 2 nights later. A small notebook I had placed on the dining table was now on the couch. The movement was slight, but precise, deliberate. I told myself it was probably the wind. The house was old, drafty, and the windows weren't sealed properly, but the unease started to build. By the end of the first week, I began to notice the sounds at night. Nothing consistent at first, just a soft thump or the scrape of a chair, but always coming from the hallway outside my bedroom. I kept a baseball bat by my bed and convinced myself I was just imagining things. One night, around 2 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of footsteps pacing in the hallway. I froze, straining to hear. The steps stopped abruptly. My heart was racing. I whispered to the empty room, asking if someone was there, but no response came. Slowly, I got up, bat in hand, and edged toward the door. The hallway was empty. I checked every room, even the closets. Nothing. After that night, the occurrences became more aggressive. Doors that I had locked would be open in the morning. Items that I had carefully stored away would reappear in places that made no sense. But what really unsettled me were the shadows. I would see them in the corners of my eyes, dark shapes moving in ways that didn't align with anything I could rationally explain. The first time I saw one directly, I was sitting at the kitchen table, laptop open, working on a report. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a figure standing just inside the living room, head tilted slightly. When I turned, it was gone. By the third week, I had barely slept. Every night, I would lie in bed, listening to the house breathe, to the soft creak of the floorboards. The shadows seemed to grow bolder. Sometimes I would wake to find scratches on my arms or small bruises on my legs, as if something had brushed past me. I started keeping my phone next to me, recording sound and video overnight. But when I reviewed it in the mornings, there was nothing. It was a Friday night when things escalated dramatically. I had worked late, finishing inventory reports, and arrived home around 10. The wind was howling outside, rattling the old window panes. I had barely walked through the front door when I felt it, a sudden drop in temperature, like someone had opened a freezer behind me. I turned to look, but the hallway was empty. Then I heard it. A whisper. Not a faint sound, but a low, distinct voice saying my name. Jason. I spun around, swinging the bat wildly, but again, there was nothing. My rational mind tried to dismiss it as exhaustion, but my body didn't cooperate. I could feel a presence in the room, a weight that pressed down on me and made it difficult to breathe. I backed into the living room, bat raised, and that's when I saw it, shimmering at the edge of the light, like heat haze over asphalt, a figure standing just outside the lamp's glow. It was human-shaped, tall and lanky, but wrong. The head seemed slightly too large, the limbs too long, the movements unnaturally smooth. I froze, unable to look away, and it tilted its head slowly. Then it moved. Not walking, but gliding, almost levitating. I swung the bat again, and this time it recoiled as if disturbed by the motion, then vanished. The wind outside slammed the door shut behind me, making me jump. I spent the rest of the night in the corner of the living room, too scared to sleep, too scared to move. The following morning, I called a friend, Mark, who had a history with the paranormal. He didn't dismiss me outright, but suggested I document everything carefully. He said I might be dealing with a residual haunting, a manifestation tied to the house's history. I laughed nervously, trying to act like it was a joke. The reality was, I didn't know how else to explain the things I had been seeing. Mark came over that weekend. He brought EMF detectors, old cameras, and sage. Though he admitted he didn't believe in its efficacy, it was more for psychological comfort. We set up cameras in the living room, kitchen, and hallway. That night, we stayed up taking turns monitoring the equipment. Nothing happened until around 3 a.m. Mark was dozing in the armchair when the temperature in the living room dropped precipitously. His EMF detector started going haywire, and then we both heard it. The whispering, multiple voices this time, faint, overlapping. Mark grabbed the camera and started filming, and that's when we saw it. Two figures, indistinct, dark as shadows, moving against the walls in ways that defied physics. They slid, they twisted, they disappeared and reappeared. One of them lifted a hand, and the tip of a finger brushed against Mark's arm. He screamed. I grabbed him and pulled him to the front door. The moment we stepped outside, the air returned to normal, the EMF detector stopped spiking, and silence fell. I didn't sleep at all that weekend. Mark left after sunrise, saying he had to process what he'd seen. I was alone in the house again. That's when I found the journal. I had been unpacking a box in the attic when it fell out of the insulation, bound in worn leather. The handwriting inside was cramped, almost frantic. It belonged to someone named Edward Hale who had lived in the house in the 1920s. And the entries were a rambling account of voices, shadows, and a presence that he claimed haunted the home. One entry described waking to see a figure in the corner of his room, watching, whispering his name, followed by scratches appearing on his arms. The last page was a smear of ink and blood, and it simply said, "It will never leave. It waits. Always waits." I tried to leave, really I did, but every time I got in my car and started the engine, something would force me to stop. The headlights would flicker, the radio would crackle with static, and the whispering would start again, growing louder, more insistent. Sometimes it felt as though something invisible was pressing against the car, trying to keep me inside the property. One night, after 3 weeks of this, I was sitting in the living room, exhausted, when I felt it, a pressure on my chest, heavy, oppressive. I couldn't move. The room darkened unnaturally, shadows coalescing into a figure just inches away from me. It didn't speak this time. It just stared, and I swear I could feel its intent, like it was deciding whether to consume me entirely or let me linger in terror. I screamed, not even thinking, and somehow it recoiled and disappeared into the corners of the room. The next morning, I found a note on the kitchen counter. I hadn't written it. I didn't recognize the handwriting, but it said, plainly, "You are not welcome here. Leave or join him." That was the final straw. I packed what I could, left the rest behind, and never returned. The house stands empty to this day, overgrown, hedges and all. Locals avoid it, claiming bad luck and strange occurrences. Some say that if you drive past at night, you can see shadows moving inside the windows and faint whispers call your name as you pass. I've tried to rationalize it, to tell myself that exhaustion, stress, and a fertile imagination caused the events. But I can't explain the scratches that appeared on my arms after those nights, the bruises, or the recordings I later reviewed that somehow captured faint whispers in the dead of night. Friends have tried to laugh it off, but the look in Mark's eyes when he saw it, he won't joke about it. Years later, I found myself driving through that part of New York again. The highway had been repaired and the trees cleared somewhat, but the house was still there. I slowed down almost instinctively and caught a glimpse through the grime-coated windows. In the corner of what used to be the living room, a figure stood, tall, lanky, motionless. I swear it lifted its head and looked straight at me. My hands tightened on the steering wheel, heart hammering. I drove past as fast as I could. Even now, when I'm alone in a dark room, I think I hear that soft whisper calling my name. It's never the same. Sometimes it's clear, sometimes faint, but always deliberate. I keep telling myself that I'm safe now, that the house is miles away, that it can't follow me. But every so often, I wake in the middle of the night with a pressure on my chest, and I can't move. I don't know if it's tied to me or if I was just the latest victim of a house that feeds on fear. I've read about similar cases, old homes with dark histories, where people experience the impossible. Objects moving, shadows with intent, whispers that seem to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. But no matter how many stories I read, mine was real, and I lived it. I still carry the fear, and I will always remember the feeling of those eyes, invisible yet watching, waiting for me in the dark. Sometimes, late at night, I get a text message from an unknown number. It's always empty, no words, just a blank message. The first time it happened, I dismissed it as a wrong number. The second time, my stomach dropped. By the third, I realized it was the same digits that belonged to the house's old owner, Edward Hale. Or at least, that's what I think. I don't respond, and I never will. I've since learned to avoid places like that. Isolated, old, forgotten buildings. I've read that fear can be contagious in certain spaces, that some locations harbor more than dust and decay. But even avoiding them, I can't shake the feeling that something followed me out of that house, something patient, something waiting. I still have nightmares, and sometimes they bleed into my waking life. A shadow at the edge of my vision, a door that I could have sworn I locked swinging open, a whisper in the middle of the night. Each time, I convince myself it's just a memory, a phantom of fear. But deep down, I know better. That house was alive in a way I cannot explain, and it left a piece of itself in me. I tell myself I'm safe now. My apartment in the city is bright, bustling, full of noise and light. The shadows don't move here, the floor doesn't creak at odd hours, but sometimes, when I'm alone, I feel the brush of something just beyond my perception. I hear it, soft and insistent, whispering a single word. My name. It's been years since I left that house, and yet I'm still haunted. Not just by memories, but by the understanding that what I experienced was real and that what lurks in the dark doesn't always stay where it belongs. And even now, when the wind howls outside and the streetlights flicker, I can't help but feel that one day it will find me again. Story the end. It was late September when I moved into the small town of Blackwater, Indiana. I'd gotten a job as an overnight stalker at a 24-hour supermarket on the edge of town, and I figured a quiet, remote place would be perfect for a fresh start. The apartment I rented was cheap, older, and a bit rundown, but that suited me just fine. I didn't care about luxury. I just needed somewhere to sleep, shower, and eat. The landlord, a gaunt man with a permanent frown, handed me the keys without much small talk, warning me that the previous tenant had some trouble, though he refused to elaborate. I didn't press. Inmilacity had gotten me into enough trouble already. The first week went smoothly. I'd come home from work around 6 a.m., grab some coffee, and crash into the bed that creaked every time I shifted. Nights at the store were lonely but simple. Stocking shelves, sweeping floors, and occasionally checking on the security cameras. The town was small, maybe 1,000 people, and everyone kept to themselves. At first, that isolation was comforting. I could eat, sleep, and work without anyone hovering. But then the noises started. The first night, it was subtle. A faint scratching in the walls, like someone dragging their nails along the plaster. I chalked it up to the old building settling. By the third night, it had turned into muffled whispers. At first, I couldn't make out the words. They weren't coherent, not exactly, just low murmurs that seemed to come from behind the walls themselves. The whispers would start around 3 in the morning, the pitch and intensity fluctuating as if they were moving closer, then retreating. I tried to ignore it, told myself I was just tired. But on the 5th night, I woke to the sound of my bedroom door clicking shut. I hadn't left it open. I froze, thinking it must have been the wind. Then I saw the shadow. It was long, thin, almost impossibly tall, stretching across the far wall. I blinked and it didn't move, but I could feel it, like a weight pressing down on the room. My heart raced, and I told myself I was dreaming. I jumped out of bed and flicked on the light. The shadow disappeared instantly. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Work didn't offer much distraction. The supermarket had an odd layout, with a back storage area that was darker and colder than the rest of the store. I started noticing things there too. Pallets would be moved when I was sure I hadn't touched them. Occasionally, I'd catch glimpses of movement in the reflection of the glass doors. Something behind me, but when I turned around, nothing was there. The cameras never showed anyone either. I began to think maybe I was losing it. One Friday night, a coworker named Harold, a stocky man in his 50s who had worked there for 20 years, cornered me near the dairy section. "You're new?" he said, eyeing me with a mix of curiosity and concern. "Ever seen anything weird around here?" I laughed nervously. "Weird how?" He lowered his voice. "Things move on their own. Voices, shadows. Some people just can't handle it." He paused. "Not everyone makes it through the first month without seeing them." I forced a chuckle and nodded, though his words gnawed at me. That night, the whispers were louder, more insistent, and the scratching had become rapid, almost frantic. I lay in bed, trying to block it out, but the sound of the door handle rattling sent me over the edge. It was as if someone, or something, was testing me, waiting for a reaction. I grabbed a baseball bat and sat in the middle of the room, my back pressed against the wall, eyes fixed on the door. Around 4 a.m., I heard slow, deliberate footsteps pacing just outside my bedroom. They stopped right by the door. I held my breath, waiting. Then a voice, hoarse and guttural, whispered my name. "Jacob." I screamed and swung the bat blindly at the door. The footsteps vanished. I didn't sleep again until the sun rose. The next day at work, I noticed something strange on one of the security monitors. A figure, tall and thin, moving through the aisles at night. It didn't look like any of the employees. Its movements were jerky, unnatural. I rewound the footage, thinking it was a glitch, but it appeared again. Same odd gait, same impossible height. When I asked Harold about it, he went pale. "You shouldn't have seen that," he muttered, almost to himself. Nobody sees it and lives, well, most don't. By the end of my second week, the apartment had become unbearable. I would wake to cold spots in the room, lights flickering, doors creaking open on their own. Sometimes, when I looked into the bathroom mirror, I could swear I saw someone standing behind me, just for a second. But when I spun around, the room was empty. I tried recording it on my phone, but the videos never showed anything unusual. It was like whatever was haunting me didn't want proof left behind. Then came the night of the knock. I was lying in bed, exhausted, when a series of knocks echoed from the front door. Slow at first, then fast, urgent. My apartment was on the second floor and the stairwell was outside. Nobody should have been up there. I didn't answer. The knocking stopped. I told myself to go back to sleep, but then it started again, only this time it was coming from my bedroom window. I froze. The curtain didn't move, but I could hear faint breathing outside. My phone battery was dead. I grabbed the bat and edged toward the window, trying to peer through the blinds. Nothing. Then I saw it. A figure, thin and impossibly tall, standing perfectly still on the fire escape. Its head tilted slightly, like it was examining me. I stumbled back, heart pounding, and in a flash, it was gone. That was the night I realized I couldn't stay in the apartment. I packed what I could, left the lights on, and went to a cheap motel on the other side of town. But the nightmare didn't end. At the motel, I tried to convince myself I was safe. The room was small but new. No creaking floors, no drafts, no shadows. But that night, the whispers returned, low and insistent, as if carried through the walls. My phone rang around 3:33 a.m., an unknown number. I answered, heart in my throat, and heard nothing but heavy breathing. Then, a voice, the same hoarse whisper from the apartment, said, "You can't hide," and the line went dead. I reported it to the motel manager, who brushed it off as a prank call. But it wasn't. I could feel it, a presence in the room, watching, waiting. The next day, I decided to leave Blackwater for good, but when I packed my car and drove past my old apartment, I noticed something that made my stomach turn. The blinds were moving, though I was sure I'd shut all the windows. The front door was slightly ajar, though I had locked it before leaving. And in the dim morning light, a shadow stood inside the doorway. Tall, thin, and impossibly still. I floored the gas pedal and didn't look back. For weeks, I tried to rebuild my life elsewhere. I moved to a bigger city, found a new job, and even started seeing a therapist. But the nightmares followed me. In my dreams, I'd be back in the apartment, the whispers calling my name, the tall shadow lurking just out of reach. Sometimes I'd wake to find my bedroom door slightly open, though I had locked it. Sometimes the reflection in the mirror would catch a movement behind me that wasn't there. One night, about 3 months after leaving Blackwater, I got a text from an unknown number. It read simply, "We're still here." I called the number, but it went straight to voicemail. No message, no greeting, just silence. Then the phone rang again, this time from the same number. I answered, and a voice, guttural and whispering, said, "You can't run." And then for the first time, I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps, coming up the stairs outside my apartment. My new apartment. I live alone. I haven't left my apartment since. I can't. Every time I try, the whispers grow louder, the shadows move closer, and the knocks come at the door. Sometimes I see the figure in my peripheral vision, tall and impossibly thin, watching me. I don't know what it wants. I don't know why it follows me. Last night, it scratched the walls again, louder this time, faster. And it whispered, clear as day, "You're next." I'm writing this now because I have no one else to tell. No one believes me. The police won't come, the landlord won't answer, and Harold disappeared from the store a week after I left Blackwater. I don't sleep. I don't eat much. Every creak, every whisper, every shadow could be it, and I just know, it's never going to stop. If you ever find yourself in a town like Blackwater, or an apartment like mine, listen closely. The silence isn't empty, and the shadows they're watching. I hear them now, just outside my bedroom door. I don't know how much longer I'll last. I just know I can't let them in. Not yet. Story the end. It was the kind of humid summer evening in the Midwest that made the air feel thick enough to taste, and the streetlights flickered as if struggling against the oppressive darkness. Mark Henderson, a 32-year-old systems analyst, had just finished a grueling week at the office in Des Moines, Iowa, and was looking forward to a quiet weekend alone in his rented duplex on the edge of town. He'd moved there a few months ago after a messy breakup, and the solitude was supposed to be restorative. Instead, it felt uneasy. From the moment he unlocked the front door, he sensed it, though he couldn't explain why. The air inside the duplex seemed slightly colder than outside, and there was a faint smell, almost metallic, lingering in the corners of the living room. He shrugged it off, blaming the new paint and the old plumbing. By 9, Mark had showered, heated up some leftover chili, and parked himself on the sofa with his laptop. The hum of the ceiling fan above was oddly loud, and shadows stretched across the room in ways that didn't seem natural. Around midnight, while scrolling through his emails, Mark noticed something odd. His smart speaker, an older model he rarely used, was on, displaying a blue ring even though he hadn't touched it in hours. Normally, it would only light up when activated. A chill ran down his spine as he said aloud, "Alexa, why are you on?" The device remained silent. He tapped the top, unplugged it, then set it aside, convincing himself he must be tired, imagining things. He got up to check the locks on the doors and windows, a habit he had developed after living alone for a while. Everything was secure, but when he returned to the living room, the smell was stronger. Not just metallic now, there was something acrid, almost like burnt rubber mixed with iron. He frowned and glanced around. That's when he noticed it. His bedroom door, which he always kept closed, was slightly ajar. Mark was sure he had locked it before bed. He chalked it up to forgetting in his half-asleep state. But a creeping feeling of dread settled in his chest. He pushed the door open fully. Nothing seemed out of place, no signs of forced entry, nothing missing, but the air felt heavier in the room. He flipped the light on and off, trying to shake off the unease, then returned to the couch. The unease didn't fade. Around 1:15 a.m., Mark heard it. A soft, scratching sound, almost like nails dragging across wood coming from the basement. The duplex had a full basement, mostly unfinished, that he used for storage. He had never liked going down there alone, but tonight the sound felt deliberate, purposeful. Not something that could be easily explained. Grabbing a baseball bat from the corner, he crept toward the basement door. The scratching stopped as soon as he reached it. He paused, his hand hovering over the light switch. Then, as he threw the door open, the smell hit him full force. It was iron, unmistakably blood-like, and his stomach lurched. The basement was dark, cluttered with old boxes and shelves, but nothing seemed out of place. The scratching had stopped entirely. Shaking, he flipped on the light. The basement was empty. Heart-pounding, Mark convinced himself it was just a rat or something small caught in the wiring. But the unease lingered. He went back upstairs, locked the basement door, and sat on the couch, trying to tell himself he was being paranoid. Around 2:30 a.m., he finally decided to go to bed. As he lay there in the dark, the fans whirring filling the room, he swore he heard whispers. Low, indistinct, almost beneath the threshold of understanding. He froze, straining to hear. The whispers stopped, but then a sound of dragging feet, heavy, deliberate, echoed from the hallway outside his bedroom. Mark grabbed his phone and dialed 911. The operator's calm voice did little to soothe him as he explained what was happening. They dispatched a local officer to check the property. While waiting, Mark sat on the edge of his bed, clutching the bat, listening intently. Every creak, every whisper made him flinch. It took longer than expected for the police to arrive. When they did, they swept through the house, calling out, shining flashlights into every corner. They found nothing. No forced entry, no footprints other than Mark's, no signs of anyone having been there. The officer left with a polite warning to lock all doors and windows and to call again if anything unusual occurred. Mark tried to sleep, but didn't. He stayed awake all night, every shadow stretching into threatening shapes. By morning, he was exhausted, and the smells and sounds had dissipated. He considered calling a friend to stay the night, but decided against it. He felt ridiculous, terrified over shadows and sounds that could be explained. The next week passed uneventfully, but the sense of being watched persisted. Doors that he was sure he had locked appeared ajar. His personal items were slightly moved, and he constantly heard soft footsteps above him when he was in the basement. He became hyper-aware of every sound. Then one Wednesday night, it escalated. Mark had stayed late at work, returning home around 11:30 p.m. The streetlights flickered as he walked to the duplex. When he opened the door, the metallic smell hit him immediately, stronger than ever. His apartment felt different. He couldn't place it at first, but the air was thick, almost oppressive, and there was a low hum coming from somewhere deep inside the house. He dropped his keys, his pulse racing, and moved toward the living room. That's when he saw it. The shadows on the walls weren't matching the shapes of the furniture. They twisted and shifted, darker than normal shadows, moving almost independently. He blinked, thinking it was a trick of his exhausted mind, but the shadows were solid, stretching toward him in a slow, deliberate crawl. The whispers started again, this time clearly words. "Go, leave, now," they hissed in unison, seemingly coming from every direction. Mark's hands shook as he reached for the phone to call 911, but the line was dead. No dial tone. He ran to the basement to grab the bat, heart hammering. The basement door was open. It shouldn't have been. He swung the bat toward the darkness. Nothing. Then a voice, deep and guttural, spoke from the shadows. "You can't leave." Mark froze, terror rooting him in place. The shadows elongated, crawling along the walls toward him. The whispers merged into a scream that shook the room. Mark ran to the front door, yanking at the handle. Locked. The key in the lock turned freely, but the door didn't budge. Behind him, the shadows moved faster, coalescing into shapes vaguely humanoid but impossibly distorted. He could see the outlines of faces, twisted, silent mouths opening and closing. Panic overtook him. He slammed his body against the door, screaming. The shadows surged closer. He felt cold fingers brush his skin, slipping through his clothes, freezing his blood. He hit the door again, then suddenly it swung open on its own. Mark fell onto the porch, gasping, his body shaking uncontrollably. He didn't stop running until he reached the neighbor's house, pounding on the door at 2 a.m. The couple living there, groggy and terrified, let him in. Mark tried to explain, but his words sounded incoherent. They called the police. By the time the officers arrived, the duplex was quiet and normal again. The door was unlocked. The shadows were gone. Mark didn't go back. He called his landlord the next day, explaining that he was moving out immediately. The landlord seemed sympathetic but puzzled. There had been no other reports from tenants, and the house had a clean record. Mark didn't care. He packed up and left town within 48 hours, driving to stay with an old college friend in Illinois. For weeks, he tried to forget. But every time he closed his eyes, he saw the shadows creeping along walls, saw the twisted faces, heard the whispers urging him to leave, warning him that he couldn't escape. He kept his windows closed, lights on, doors locked. But the feeling followed him, an invisible weight pressing against his chest, always, everywhere. Then, one night, 3 months later, he woke up in the middle of the night to the same metallic smell. Groggy and confused, he noticed the bedroom door, his bedroom door in his friend's house, slightly ajar. He was alone, the house silent. A low hum, like the one in the duplex, resonated through the walls. Mark's phone rang, a number he didn't recognize. With shaking hands, he answered. On the other end, a voice, distorted, deep, guttural, whispered, "You left, but we found you." The line went dead. From that night on, Mark never slept more than a few hours at a time. Shadows seemed to gather in corners, even in daylight, and the whispers returned intermittently, often saying the same thing. "You can't leave. You never leave." He eventually quit his job, changed cities again, hoping distance would break the connection. But he learned quickly that it didn't matter where he went. Years passed. He tried therapy, medication, rational explanations, sleep deprivation, paranoia, stress. Doctors called it acute anxiety, PTSD, a rare psychotic episode triggered by isolation. But Mark knew the truth. He had felt it in the duplex in Des Moines and again in the quiet hours of the night in Illinois. Something had followed him, something that existed outside reason, something that knew where he was, what he was doing, and that would never let him go. It wasn't a one-time haunting. It wasn't a fleeting hallucination. The shadows, the whispers, the impossible coldness, they persisted, following him from state to state. And each night when he thought he was finally safe, the metallic scent would appear. The hum would start, and he would hear the unmistakable drag of feet, just beyond the edges of his vision. Mark never told anyone the full story. People thought he was exaggerating, thought he was unstable, but he stopped trying to convince anyone. It didn't matter if they believed him. What mattered was surviving until the morning, keeping the lights on, keeping the doors locked, trying to stay just a little ahead of the thing that had chosen him, the thing that would never rest until it had finally claimed him entirely. The fear became his life, and he adapted to it. He avoided mirrors, never walked into dark rooms alone, always checked the locks twice, thrice. Yet no matter what precautions he took, he could feel it waiting, patient, lurking just out of sight, whispering in a language he couldn't understand but felt deep in his bones. You can't leave. Even now, years later, Mark sits in his apartment in Chicago, staring at the shadows cast by the streetlight outside, waiting for the familiar metallic scent, the creeping cold, the whispering voices. And when he finally falls asleep, if he ever truly does, he dreams of the duplex, the basement, the twisted shadows reaching for him, and he wakes knowing he has never escaped. He has never been free. He knows the truth, the one thing no one else can understand. Some things don't care about distance, about walls, about locked doors. Some things find you, and once they do, you can never leave. And Mark Henderson has been found. Story, the end. It started on a humid August night in rural Pennsylvania, the kind of night where the air is thick and still, and even the crickets seem to hush. I had recently moved into a small, somewhat rundown house just outside of a tiny town called Montrose. I was fresh out of college, had taken a job at a local manufacturing plant, and I wanted something cheap. The house was old, turn-of-the-century Victorian, creaky floors, peeling wallpaper, and a faint, musty smell. But it was affordable, and I was desperate. I didn't know then how wrong I was about my decision. The first few nights were uneventful, besides the usual settling noises of an old house. Floors creaked in ways that made me jump, and doors would slam softly when the wind blew, but nothing I couldn't rationalize. I was alone, which I liked at first. Peace, quiet, no roommates. That changed the night I started hearing footsteps upstairs. I live in a 2-story house, and my bedroom was on the first floor. At first, I assumed it was the floorboards expanding or contracting, but the rhythm was too consistent, slow, deliberate, pacing back and forth above my room. It started around 2 a.m., the sound of shoes on the wooden floor, the unmistakable tap-tap of someone walking slowly, deliberately. I tried to convince myself it was my imagination. I would lie awake, listening as the steps circled, sometimes stopping right above my bed. Sometimes I would hear a dragging sound, like furniture being moved, though I had no furniture upstairs. The next morning I told myself it had been a dream. But then I found small things out of place. Books knocked over. A chair moved slightly, a picture frame tilted. Nothing that seemed dangerous, but enough to unsettle me. I called the landlord, an older man named Mr. Carmichael, and asked if anyone had ever complained about the house. He paused for a long time before saying, "Well, some tenants have said the upstairs gets active. Odd things happen. But it's old. Old houses settle, make noises." I nodded, pretending to be reassured. But deep down, I wasn't. That night, the footsteps returned. Only this time, I was certain they were not in the floor above. They were inside my room. I had a standard twin bed, a desk, and a small dresser. Around 2:30 a.m., I woke to the sound of the floorboards creaking right beside my bed. My heart raced as I listened, frozen, trying to convince myself it was still the house. Then I heard it, a whisper, barely audible. "Hey." I bolted upright, heart hammering. The room was pitch dark, and I could see nothing beyond the faint outline of my desk. I flipped on the lamp, but the room was empty. My mind screamed that it was impossible, that no one could have entered without me noticing. The windows were locked, the doors were locked, and yet I could swear I had heard a voice. The next day, I avoided being home at night. I spent my evenings at the plant or at a friend's house, trying not to think about what had happened. But the sense of being watched followed me everywhere. I started noticing small things out of place. My keys not where I left them, the sink faucet slightly turned on, my bed covers pulled down as if someone had been sleeping in them. I hadn't told anyone because I feared they'd think I was crazy. About a week later, I decided to set up a camera in my room, hoping to catch what I thought must be some intruder. I put it on a shelf facing the bed and went out for the night. When I returned the next morning, my stomach sank. The camera was gone. Not just moved, it had disappeared. I searched every inch of the room, under the bed, inside the closet, even the dresser drawers. Nothing. Then the whispers started happening during the day. Soft, just outside my hearing range, as if someone was right behind me but invisible. I began sleeping with all the lights on, but even that didn't stop it. The whispers became more distinct over the next few weeks, forming words I couldn't fully comprehend. Leave. Not yours. Mine. It wasn't until the third week that I realized something had been watching me. I came home from work one evening to find my front door unlocked, though I was sure I had locked it. My living room couch was facing the door, but every cushion had been moved. On the wall, scrawled in what looked like mud or dark soot, were words, "You can't hide." I panicked. I called Mr. Carmichael, who finally admitted something he had never told me. "You're in the wrong house," he said quietly. "This place, people used to live here. Bad things happened. People left. Some didn't leave." I demanded he explain, and he told me about the previous tenants. A family of 4 had lived there 20 years prior. One night, the father had snapped, killed his wife and children, then disappeared. No one ever found him. The house was considered tainted. Haunted, some said. He told me I should leave immediately, but I was already trapped in the lease and too scared to find a new place in my budget. That night, the activity escalated. The whispers were constant, echoing from every corner of the room. Doors slammed on their own, lights flickered, and the temperature dropped drastically. I felt it in my bones. Something in the house did not want me there. Something was patient, waiting for the right moment. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps again, this time downstairs. I crept to the staircase and peeked. The hallway was empty, but then I noticed a shadow moving against the wall, something tall, distorted, as if it were not entirely human. I blinked, and it was gone. My rational mind told me it was a trick of the light, but the next moment I heard the unmistakable sound of someone climbing the stairs. Slowly, deliberately, one creaking step at a time. I ran to the kitchen and grabbed a knife from the drawer, my hands trembling. The steps stopped right outside my bedroom door. I held my breath, waiting. The doorknob rattled. I swung the knife, but there was nothing, no one. Then a cold voice whispered from the corner of the room, "I see you." I couldn't take it anymore. I packed a bag and left, driving to a friend's house without looking back. That night, I stayed with him, sleeping in a lighted room, but the whispers seemed to follow me even in my dreams. I called the police the next day to report break-ins, but there was never any evidence of anyone entering. No prints, no signs of forced entry, nothing. I didn't return to that house for months. When I finally drove past it one afternoon, I noticed something chilling. The windows upstairs were all open, even though it was a hot summer day. And in the front window, I could swear I saw a figure standing, just watching. Tall, distorted like a shadow given life. I sped away, too afraid to even slow down. Months passed, and I tried to forget, but the experience haunted me. Then one night, I started receiving phone calls from an unknown number. No one spoke. I only heard the faint sound of breathing. I blocked the number, changed phones, but the calls persisted. Then came the texts. "I'm still here. You can't hide. Soon." I moved states away, thinking distance would protect me, but the dreams followed me. Every night, the same tall shadow standing at the foot of my bed, whispering in that same low, cold voice. My friends noticed I was becoming withdrawn, paranoid, anxious all the time. I couldn't explain it without sounding insane, so I said nothing. 2 years later, I was at a hotel for work in a small town in Ohio. I was unpacking when I noticed a strange mark on the wall, a smear, dark and sticky, almost like the markings I had seen in that house years ago. I froze. The hairs on my arms stood up. I wasn't sure if I should touch it. Then, slowly, the words became visible. "I never left." I checked out immediately. I didn't tell anyone. I couldn't. No one would believe me. I started sleeping with a light on, never letting the doors fully close. And every night in my dreams, the footsteps return. One slow step at a time, circling my bed, whispering my name, reminding me that no matter where I go, it's still there. Waiting. Patient. Years have passed since then. I've moved across multiple states, changed jobs, changed phones, even changed my name once, but the feeling never goes away. Sometimes, late at night, I see a shadow moving at the corner of my vision, always just out of reach. I hear the whisper, faint but unmistakable, "You can't hide." A few months ago, I decided to confront it. I researched the history of that house in Pennsylvania. No one had lived there in decades, but reports of strange activity continued. I called a local historian who told me something I will never forget. That house, people say it doesn't just trap energy, it traps souls. Anyone who stays too long becomes part of it. I realized then what had been happening all along. It wasn't just haunting me, it was marking me, following me, ensuring I never truly escaped. I can feel it when I sleep. It's patient, always waiting. I know now that it doesn't matter where I am. The shadow, the whispers, the feeling of being watched, they're permanent. Sometimes when I wake up at 2 a.m., I see a figure standing at the foot of my bed, just like in the dreams. I know now not to move, not to speak, not to even breathe too loudly, because if I do, it will come closer. One day, it may finally reach me completely. But for now, I live in quiet terror, constantly checking doors, windows, locks, and always sleeping with a light on. It never shows itself fully during the day. Only at night, only when I'm alone. The memory of that house, the family that vanished, the figure in the window, they all blend into one horrific certainty. Some things don't die, and some things never leave. Even now, as I type this, I feel it. Not behind me, not in the room, but in the corner of my vision, just waiting. Always patient, always watching, and I know deep down I will never escape it. Story the end.